going on? Good afternoon, fellow geeks. Yep, good evening here on the East Coast. Whitey's running back and forth, trying to keep tabs on the game.
Game's still on.
Yeah.
Navy's driving.
I'm sorry?
Navy's driving.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, I just took my thing off my head, so I'm all like, I just woke up.
Yeah. That's so they're driving. I came downstairs and they weren't doing anything, but so how much time's left in the game? Not much, huh?
2 minutes 20. Oh no.
Stand by, hold on.
Well, let's
6
go.
minutes.
Let's do,
Army just scored.
oh, that's it. We're done.
They just turned it over.
Yeah.
Army ran it back for a touchdown, looks like.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Boo.
Yep. So, yeah. Theron says, give us something. Well, there's nothing left to give, I don't think, my friend. I think it's all over. In the meantime, welcome to session 3, is it?
Yeah, man. 3.
Session 3 of our Mojo Builder weekend. Hope everybody's doing all right. Looks like we're getting some more people into the room. I'm going to have to extend that intro timer, I think, by about 5 more minutes. Give some folks a chance to jump into the room. Look, Frill's already in his PJs, ready for the night.
Yeah, man.
Good Lord Almighty.
Comfortably.
Yeah. There's just some things people just don't need to see, and that's Frill in his pajamas. So, let's see here. Let me, as y'all saw, the viewers, as y'all are coming in, y'all saw that we're going to have Kris Sieber, Luftraum72, and then Rick Lawler from Propaganda. They'll be joining us here at the bottom of the hour. So get your questions ready for those guys. It's always fun having them around. Some of the best modelers I know for sure. There's a true talent there. So get ready for them.
Take care of that noise over there.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and throw.
Way to go, Navy.
Let's over here to JB. Let's see if we can't get Mr. Bonani up into the room tonight as well. And then we're going to go around and see what kind of updates we have in the old model shack from today. Let's see here. How are you guys? While I'm working on this, why don't you go ahead and give the folks there an update on where you guys are at, with your build there. Whitey, we'll start with you.
All right. Let's see. I'm at kind of the same point I was earlier, I guess, aside from like fiddly bits. I took care of the landing gear and the prop earlier while we were over hanging out at Frildo's house. And I had to run over there to catch the end of my hockey game. And right now I'm just hanging out, banging out some detail painting on the wing butts, and the wheel, in the gear doors. I have those done, and I think my goal just for tonight, right now, hanging out, is gonna be I'm gonna slap some paint on some crew figures. How do y'all do that? All right.
Yeah. Get it focused in there. There you go.
The thing's so small anyway. So get the aircrew guys painted up. I'll use some Vallejo paints on that and the old brush. And then masking the canopy is one thing I want to go ahead and do. Get that thing done. And so my plan for tomorrow would be to bang out all the painting.
Yeah. That's going to be masking that canopy is going to be somewhat of an ass pain, isn't it? Yeah,
it's pretty tedious. But what I'm going to use is I don't know if anyone, if any of y'all have these things or have seen them. Infini model.
Oh yeah.
These little deals. and they're great for cutting masks. The black lines there that you see are engraved. So you lay a piece of tape across there and a fresh blade, and just go ahead and cut out what you need. So what I'm going to need is a whole bunch of small squares. So that's what I'll be cutting out to mask this thing off with.
Are the window panes, are they perfect squares, or they got those little round?
Yeah, they pretty much are perfectly squared. The pilot's cockpit has some curve to it on the bottom corners.
Okay.
Again, let me try to find my camera here.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
So I mean, yeah, the back end is curved, and for that, what I usually do I'll take some Tamiya tape and knock out, use my punch and die set, bang out a circle to stick in the corner.
Very cool. Very cool. Had a chance to take a look at that real quick over at Frildo's. Yeah, it's looking really good for I will say a vintage kit. Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna wait and throw that over at whenever El Presidente, our resident Navy Academy grad popped in there. But yeah, good job, Army.
That was a
good game.
It was a good move. Yeah, I mean, stuff happens, and when they knocked the ball out of the quarterback's hand and ran with it for a touchdown, game over. There's not enough time to make 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
one maybe, but not 2.
Yeah, I think that makes it a couple possession game anyhow. Real quick, Brandon was asking you what that tool was again, Whitey.
It is they're made by Infinity. Let me see if I can get, how's that? So Infinity Easy Cutting, and they make like 4 different type, and this one is as you see there, the type B. So that one you have like a deal to cut some circle template, and then a bunch of you get squares, small squares, diamond shape. So what you do with these things, and like I said, this is all engraved. So you just lay the tape over the top and then run your blade along the lines, and it's going to give you your little cutouts for whatever you need to be masking.
Yeah, here's this is the A.
Yes, the A as well. And
I've got tape on there, and of course this one's all for straight lines. And also Dispe, I can't pronounce it. They're starting to manufacture those now too.
Yeah.
And a couple of other companies out there. So yeah, really, we did a tool and tip on this at one point. And
they're made out of like a hard plastic.
Yeah. Absolutely worth their weight in gold for sure.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. With those things, you can mask pretty much anything you need, canopy wise or other.
Yeah. So let's see here. I want to pop this in here. So we have a Facebook user here coming in. And unfortunately, folks, for some reason coming out of Facebook, if you don't allow StreamYard permission to see your profile, we don't know who you are. If you could follow this banner that I'll put across the bottom here, StreamYard.com/Facebook. Just follow the prompt, and it'll allow StreamYard to see your profile picture and name, so we know who you are coming in. Just kind of helps us out a little bit. So
Navy scored a touchdown, Tim.
Well, they did.
They did.
Yep, there we go.
Well, it's one, that gets it back down to 1 touchdown again. So we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath at this point, though.
Oh, Mr. Post says he's off work now. Derek, you're gonna have to explain to me. You said you were grounded. Was it a training, I guess you had to do that you were doing over the weekend? Let us know. I'm curious. Score now, Chris Lovewell saying 17-9. It's not too bad. Still a loss, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
It ain't
over yet. But if it's 17-9.
Yeah, it's still a 2-possession game.
Well, Yeah.
I don't care how you do the math.
That's 18 points. That can't be right. They must have only. I guess that's before the extra point.
Yeah.
I think they missed the extra point.
Well, if they missed the extra point, yeah, that's 2 possessions.
Unless they tried to go for 2 and didn't get it.
Probably what they did.
Yeah. Theron, you're absolutely correct. Those cutting forms are great there.
Oh, yeah, they went for 2.
They went for 2?
Yep. And did not get it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Frildo, your turn. Where are you at, buddy?
Well, I got the the cockpit for the 190 done, flat coated, and getting ready to go inside the fuselage.
Yeah.
And then I can put the wing on, and I should be able to get into paint tonight.
Very nice.
Yeah, this thing just fell together. I mean, just like the rudder and the elevator is not even glued on, so I can paint the rudder's got to be RLM 03 or 04, the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And that way I didn't glue it on so that I could just take it off, paint it, and then that way it's easier to mask that way and paint. So
yeah. Hold it up just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. It's looking good, man.
Other camera.
Hey, Vivian, welcome. We've got you. We can see you just fine. Thanks a lot for doing that. Appreciate it.
I got to turn it. Oh, it is on.
All right. So there's the bench. All right. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that up close and personal while I was over there. So I ended up running by Frildo's house to pick up some paint. I had to get me some Royal or some U.S. Navy blue or U.S. blue and some for my Corsair. So Frildo was kind enough to hook me up. I got to see that. I saw Whitey's up close and personal too. That he's doing a good job on that ancient kit that he's working on there.
It is ancient.
It is ancient. Oh, El Presidente, Tim. No paint. He was wrapped up completely in the game the whole time.
No. The underside is painted. Yeah, the underside has paint. And what I need to do is now mask off the canopy or the cockpit. I ought to use the canopy for that, shouldn't I? Yeah. Here I am doing this the hard way. So I need to, old school here. I need to throw the canopy on here, mask it, and then shoot the top side color, and then I can do some and then I've got to paint the anti-glare panel and then the trim colors, and then I can start decaling. So my goal is to finish the silver tonight, and hopefully be able to get the anti-glare panel on it.
Gotcha.
But if I can do more, that'll be great.
So real quick, John Benford's asked what. Oh, sorry, that wasn't John. That was John. I'll come back to yours there in just a second. But Vivian was asking what everyone's building. Since you've got your kit up there, Tim, could you let everybody know what kit it is that is and what
sure, it's the Revell P47M. Let me find my destructions, and yep, there they are, P47M from 1999, and I'm going to do it in Hub Vimke's markings right here, UNZ, with a nice little bit of color. It's got a blue on the tail and red on the nose.
There you go. That's going to be really cool. Whitey, Vivian had asked what it was everybody was working on. Can you?
Sure. Yeah.
Show him that ancient kit you've got going on there.
The ancient Airfix Fairy Firefly Mach 5.
Yeah, it's an old one.
I'm glad you jumped in, Vivian. I saw your message to me earlier. I meant to slap the link your way, but glad you found it and you're in here. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm gonna have the wings folded, gear down, and all that good stuff. Here's one of the outer wing panels right there. Getting ready to. I'll throw some paint on it later. Maybe I'll get to that later tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I want to get the canopy mask because that's gonna hold me up tomorrow if I don't have it done to get the canopy in place and pilots painted. Yeah, so that's my goal tonight is to do that.
Yeah. A lot of lofty goals tonight, I'm thinking.
That and have a couple of beers with you guys and all that kind of stuff too. So we'll see how that goes.
Let me see here. I'm sorry, I'm getting another chat in here. Let me get this fixed real quick. Frildo, Vivian has asked what it is everybody's working on. So
I'm doing the Tamiya 72 scale, the 109 G6.
Yeah.
And this kit has gone together very, very well. And I plan on doing the I don't know how to read these Luftwaffe squadrons, but that's the scheme that I'm going to be doing, where the tail band is blue. And
yeah, that's called the 9th of Yagdageshwater 54.
yes,
so
these guys.
9th Squadron.
Well, thanks, El Presidente. The 9th Squadron of the JG-54.
JG-54. There you go.
There it is.
Would be the group or the wing.
And if you got a chance to get this thing, I recommend it.
yeah, let's see, Vivian, real quick. I'm popped off on the old Tamiya F4U1 birdcage Corsair, which is it's a cracking little kit. You can see back over here on the bench. I've got the fuselage is pretty much done. I'm fitting wings. Did have just a little bit of an issue getting that to fit in there, but I've got it now. So wings will be going on here just a little bit, and the horizontals and all that stuff, and we're going to get her going. So just real quick, I want to pop off here and let y'all know we've got us a special guest going to join us here for just a little bit. Let's welcome Mr. Andy Klein here from Andy's Hobby Headquarters, coming to say hello tonight. Andy, how you doing, my friend?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good.
Can you
Good
see
to
me?
see
I'm
you.
sorry. Pretty
We got
good. I'm sorry, my camera equipment's all for doing Zoom and stuff are all at the warehouse, and all I have is my phone with me right now. And I just closed for the day, and I saw, these guys are popping on. I better run over see if I can hop on there real fast. So
Yeah, no, it's glad
so hopefully
you
you
did.
can hear me okay. And
Yeah.
We got you.
Just fine.
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah,
Very good. I'm gonna take these off so I can see close up.
really appreciate you taking the time to stop in and saying hello to everybody.
Absolutely. No, I
this is-
appreciate you inviting me on. It's been a long time since we've talked.
Oh, it has. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? I think. With San
Yeah.
Marcos, we had just a few minutes, but you were busy as a beaver.
Yeah, it's
Couple announcements you
that's
did
all
there.
it's been lately too. It's super busy for me lately. So
Yeah. Hey, man, that's first world problems. Those are good problems to have.
yeah,
right?
no, absolutely. I am not complaining about that at all. I'm glad to be busy.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What you got going on? You got anything new happening up there? Any? I saw
Yeah,
a new
there's
16th
I've been
scale
working
Tiger or
on
kit here lately.
yeah the let's see the Achilles and M10 just came out. We just got those in a couple of weeks ago. All the factory stuff is so little far behind. There we go. And
Yeah.
I have a new announcement. Hopefully next week I'll get to make the new announcement. I was waiting for the very first prototype to come in. They just said, hey, we have to delay it a little bit more. So I would rather them do it right than than rush it. So
Yeah, absolutely. I wish there was more manufacturers out there that did that. There's a couple of them out there that are just really making my hindsight hurt with not making sure that the quality control is done properly and the first time. So
Exactly. I'm working on two right now. I'm not doing a video on it because it's still a prototype, but I have DOS Work 16 scale Puma, the 234 Puma, and some stuff needs to be changed on it. It's still an early one, but it's coming along pretty good. And actually, if you want to hold on one sec.
Yeah, no worries.
Ooh, sneak preview.
It's
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Oh Lord,
wow.
look at that.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I've been, like I said, this is still a prototype. It's still early on. It's pretty far along though. It's I just threw some yellow paint, dark yellow paint on it just to see what things I need to fix on it. But it is a very, very nice kit. And as soon as they fix the few little things that they have to, I think it's going to be a definite winner.
Yeah. Hell,
You
it
don't
looks like a
realize how
winner
big
already.
these vehicles are. You hold them like this, you go, it's the size of a tank almost. A little
Yeah.
narrower, but pretty big. Crazy.
Yeah. That's
But yeah, I've been having fun doing that, and I'm also working on an Achilles right now, my original kit. I finally have a few minutes to start working on it. And Steve from Value Gear has got a whole bunch of new things for me with sandbags and bags and tarps and all kinds of stuff for it. So I'm excited to get all that kind of stuff added on.
We were talking about
kind of
him
holding off until I knew he was going to have that stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about him earlier, calling my brother from another mother. That's
Right.
Steve is
It's your doppelganger.
my doppelganger. That's right. One of the nicest.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I love Steve.
Yeah, we did during the last session. We had a little discussion about Steve, and absolutely one of the nicest guys in the industry, as far as I'm concerned. He is just a super person.
Oh, absolutely.
Super dude.
Yeah, I've known him for quite a while now. And from our very early days on YouTube, even, he came on and did a few build videos with me building sandbags and things like 6 years ago. So
yeah, I actually saw those here not too long ago, where he sat down and actually demonstrated how he did that with the resin and I think he was using milliput for the molds or whatever, and then putting string through them or whatever, and making the rope marks
all that kind of stuff. I need to have a more modern version of it made. I need to have him get down here from Flagstaff and spend an afternoon with me and make some more new stuff and show how he puts it together. So
yeah,
he's got to be the hardest working guy though.
Yeah, so he's just up in Flagstaff. I didn't realize he was that close.
Yeah, he comes down quite often. He gets all his resin and rubber down the street. So he makes a pop over here sometimes on Saturdays, every couple of months. So I get to see him. So
yeah,
it's cool.
That's good.
Or the shows when we show up at shows together. So
yeah. So speaking of, what's your next show? Is it going to be nationals going up to Madison or?
For sure, nationals. Yeah, we've booked our tables for that. I am actually going to, I believe it's called Heritage Con up in Toronto.
That's we were.
Yes.
It's funny you bring that up. We were just talking about that. Our whole group, all the geeks will be there. So.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, I just got notification that I got invited up there, and I said, "How cold is it going to be?" Was my first question.
Yeah.
And they said in March, and they said, "No, not too bad." I go, "Okay, then I'll come." So,
yeah.
Jokingly, of course, but yeah, no, I just finalized that a couple of days ago, so I'll be going to that as well.
Oh, beautiful! I'll tell you what, the Annette, my wife and I, we made the trek up there last year, and ended up stopping in Niagara Falls and doing the falls for a day or two, and then we got up there to Heritage Con, and just first of all, the museum is an awesome facility. To be able to walk around Lancaster was just amazing.
Right.
And being in and it's the nicest group of people on the face of the planet. IPMS Heritage Con, they're just wicked, super nice people.
Oh, good.
And they actually had to turn people away. They filled the venue, and they were the fire marshal turned them down and had to start shooting people away right after lunch. So it was huge. They could make that a 2-day show with no problem. And the talent on the tables is just absolutely wicked. It's a good time, real good time. You're really going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm excited to go there. I think will be. I'll be going there with my friend Harold from DOS Work will be there.
Yep.
So we'll both be up at that show come March.
Yeah, I think
I hope
Harold.
to go to SCM. Is it SCM?
Scale Model
SMC,
Challenge?
SMC. Yeah, hopefully that one. I'm still trying to arrange that. It's timing right now with a few other things, but so for sure Heritage Con and IPMS Nationals in here. So
Yeah. Now, Tim, you went to Scale Model Challenge. That's is
No, I did not.
which one's that's not the Telford show.
That's not Telford. I went to Scale Model World, which is Telford.
Oh, Scale Model World. Right. I get them confused.
Yeah,
Easy to do.
SMC's is in Holland.
Okay.
Correct.
And all my European friends have told me it is an incredible show. It's huge, so it's becoming probably one of the biggest ones in Europe right now. And that'd be a great one to go see. So
yeah, that'll be awesome. Look here, we got another special guest. Of course, it's the guy I like to blame for just about everything. We'll bring in Mr. John Donani here.
How's it going?
I know that guy too.
Yeah.
I'm like a bad penny. I always turn up.
Yeah, we were Andy surprised us this afternoon and popped in. It's glad to have him on board the chat here, and
nice.
See if we can get any. I don't know if the viewers over here, Andy, you should be able to see the chat, but if any of you guys out there have any questions for Andy, please throw them into the chat. We'll put them up here and we'll see what we can do. I don't know what kind of time you've got tonight.
I have a little bit of time. Like I said, I saw you guys pop up on there, and I just had locked the doors on my store when it popped up. And I'm supposed to go out with my wife in a little while, but I called her and I said, hey, I have an opportunity to go on. She goes, oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it. So
yeah, perfect. It's always good to have a supporting spouse. I know I've got one upstairs. God bless her.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Of course, ended up missing a little bit of the Army-Navy game because I had to go pick up some paint from my good buddy Frildo over there earlier.
You didn't miss anything, buddy. You didn't miss anything.
Well, Navy, they're still reviewing it, but Navy had a 4th and goal at like the 1 yard line, and they are looking to see if the Navy scored a touchdown or not.
Oh man, I'm gonna step over here and look.
Okay, how much time is left? How much time is left in the game?
1 second. If they don't get this, the clock's going to run. So
it's done.
So they got to score here, and then get the 2-point conversion.
There you go.
And
here's
get
one.
a 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Here's one for you, Andy. What are the odds of the 16th Brent gun carrier, huh?
I am not positive.
Not super far out of the realm. I like I said, I'm sticking with allied, mostly American stuff, but there's a possibility. We've got stuff planned for the next year already. Obviously, we have to do this so far in advance, and
sure.
So next week we'll, like I said, hopefully be making the new announcement, and then the one that we were supposed to do in early January, we might have to postpone a little bit longer. Like I said, it's getting all the stuff accurate, and the factories are just slammed right now, and don't want to push them because it's like I want it to come out right rather than a big mess.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a great point, right? It's the story of the tortoise and the hare, right? It's the take it slow, make sure it's done right. You're going to get there, right?
Absolutely. And I was the one that I'm about to announce soon. I've had CAD work for months and months and months, and it's even the M10. I was back to those. I knew about that a year in advance, and I was joking with somebody. Everyone's like, "Oh, aren't you so excited about your new kits?" Well, they're already a year old in my brain, so I'm already on to the next couple of kits. I'm excited to get them, obviously, to get them out and show everybody. But I was like, I want to tell you, but with the other companies on the market announcing stuff left and right, we have to be super quiet about things lately. So. Oh
yeah, absolutely. What what about 35th scale stuff? I know you've been putting out a lot of 16th scale armor stuff. Is there any plans in the future for a 35th scale series of stuff, or is it going to stick strictly
possibly
to the 16th?
There's a few things that we might do. I'm still sticking kind of 16s because it's kind of my niche right now that I'm like, nobody else is really doing it in mass. I mean, you have Trumpeter doing some stuff, but immediately there's so many other companies do it in 35th that it makes it hard to go up against with, like, Tamiya's done that. And then you get immediately compared to, Tamiya did that. And whereas my stuff's all brand new. So.
Yeah. No, great point.
But there's always a possibility, depending on how things. if something jumps out at me that I really think we want to do. But for right now, at least for the next year, it's all 16 scale stuff. So
Yeah. I know, JB, you built a couple of those. Was it one or two of the 16 scale kits now?
I have the Stug done, and I have the 251 Andy gave me. It's about halfway done. I had to take a break. It is a very intricate kit, to be honest. But I'm going to get back
it
to
is.
it after the new year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, lots and lots of detail on the 16 scale stuff, and I like it. Well, I'm getting older. It's easier to hold these big items and see them too.
Oh.
So
My goodness, man. I mean, here's the fuselage of a little bitty Corsair that I'm trying to do with bad eyes. So,
right, much respect, because I see that 72nd scale stuff, and I'm like, with my big old ham bone fingers, I would be
same here.
Messing up like crazy on that.
Yeah, that's same here. I'm predominantly a 48 scale guy, and I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go to 32nd scale here before too long and up that just a little bit, because I don't know why the hell we decided to do 72 scale this weekend. I think mainly because there's not a lot of cockpit detail. It's something we can bang out fairly quickly, but
quickly on it.
Yeah.
I haven't built a 72nd. I take that back. I almost started just on a whim. Tacom sent me their Akagi deck in 72nd scale with no airplane in it. I thought maybe I'll just build the deck right now and get that out of the way and see about maybe add a plane later on. But then I go, wait a minute, I have to work on the Puma and I have to work on the Achilles, and don't start a new project until you're done with the other ones. So
let me ask you a question, just from an aircraft side and from an industry side. Seeing this Kitty Hawk stuff come back through, I forget what the new company is called, Frill Whitey. Y'all might
Zimmy model.
remember what I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's Zimmy model.
Yeah, Zimmy models. But all the artwork that I've seen here lately is still the Kitty Hawk artwork. I haven't seen any new artwork or heard of any changes. On the industry side, have you heard anything?
We're
from these
carrying
guys?
their product now.
Yeah.
Actually, we just placed our first order. We're going to be carrying all their product again on our website and in the store. It's, as of we can see right now, the only thing we found is the 35th scale quad Bofors that they've just come out with.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, what they've reissued so far is just exactly Kitty Hawk, just repopped again.
Now Panda's part of that consortium too, wasn't it? They were part of the Kitty Hawk.
They were, and I haven't seen any of the Panda come back yet. I don't know if Zimmy got all the Panda stuff or not.
Yeah.
We heard about them getting, when the molds went up for sale, we heard about all that, but yeah, it was nothing else that we heard about Panda other than we thought it was just part of it. So
yeah, we kind of keep our ear to the ground with this stuff, and heard that the molds have been bought, and some rumblings have come back, and of course even some of the sites like ScaleMates, none of them are showing any type of new box artwork or any of that jazz. So it's just it's kind of a strange one coming out the way it is.
We've just heard that it's going to be exactly the same. It's just new owner, basically. Same boxes, same everything, same instructions, right down to the kits. For the old stuff, going forward, that I'm not positive on. I'm sure they'll have to add some new stuff out soon. So. Yeah,
yep, that's just interesting. I'm in the process of one of the Kitty Hawk builds now, and they kind of dropped off whenever they had released that H60 Romeo, which was their newest one, and of course the price that on the secondary market went through the ceiling. There's a lot of people out there that are going to be holding some kits that are and minus a few cabbages in their pockets because of it. But it's just interesting to see it come back in the way that they're doing it. Something I've seen lately. So anyhow.
Oh, absolutely. And you figured it probably wasn't going to be long for any of them to come back in that kind of form with the molds. The molds are sitting there. That's money just sitting there for them. So. Oh,
absolutely. Guys,
going to get them back. Those sold well. So.
Yeah, they did. They have some subjects there. I've got one of them sitting on the shelf over here that I keep in front of me just to remind me things could always be worse. So that's my reminder sitting there. But then they did have some stuff that was really, really good. So I know that Whitey's built a couple of their subjects. Frill's built some.
I have a couple of their 48 scale subjects for sure.
Yeah, and did really, really well.
And I buy their kits because of the subjects that they're willing to do, and there's definitely some work to them, some challenge to them.
Well, that's part of scale modeling too, right? It's the problem solving piece that I do kind of enjoy. So I was trying to figure that piece out. We have another user here that came in and asked. See, they're all asking for chances of these 16 scale kits, man.
Right. Yeah, that would be a tough one to build.
Would it? See, I'm armor stupid, so I see these numbers pop in. I'm like, M26, 27, whatever it takes. I don't know.
Right. That Dragon Wagon is almost 3 feet in 35th scale. Yeah, that or 2 feet in 35th scale. So yeah, it would be almost like a 5-foot kit. So probably
Really?
not.
Yeah. I don't know much about them. It's guys, y'all got any questions for Mr. Klein this evening?
1/16th aircraft. When are they coming out?
There you go. God dang, that'd be big.
Yeah, that would be a beast right there.
I want to see a 1/16th scale Dora.
Oh Lord.
Oh, right. Have you ever seen the guy who built the 1/6 scale Dora?
No.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, he used all like the Dragon action figures around it. It took up like a couple garages. It was ridiculously large. It was a monster.
See, okay.
But yeah, that would be tough.
Yeah, the railgun.
Yeah, railgun. Well, that's what I'm thinking of, Dora. Yeah.
Yeah. So the biggest one I ever saw was actually in Korea. I was in Seoul and went to one of the hobby shops there, and they had it in a case outside the hobby shop. I can't remember the name of the damn hobby shop is. But anyway, it's massive. It was just a huge kit. And we have a gentleman in our local club here that's been building one for the last 5 years, I guess.
Oh, longer than that.
Probably 10 years.
10 years? Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, that is a lot of plastic right there. People are already telling me, hey, your 16th is big as it is just for the tanks. I can't even imagine something like a 16 scale airplane. That would be
it'd be huge.
That would be massive.
Yeah. A little too much.
35th scale.
And we don't need to start a new scale, well, especially with the 35th scale airplanes coming out. I know that causes some people to get upset about.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. I don't understand.
I don't either. I love it. I love the fact that I can have 35th scale stuff next to the armor kits as a good judge of scale. I like the 35th scale stuff, but some people go, "Oh my God, it's terrible they're doing it." And I'm like, "Why? I don't get it." It's like,
no,
I'm happy they're doing it. So
if you're wanting to do a little airfield diorama or something like that, I mean, it just makes perfect sense. A little German airfield. You got the 35th scale 109 there.
Yep.
With the 190 that I have.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other 35th scale planes he's coming out with. So he's got a lot scheduled. And you're right. There's every truck in the world in 35th. Tons of figures you can get in 35th scale. You can create quite a little diorama with that and be true to scale. I know some people you take some 35th scale figures and put it with a 32nd scale airplane, and because people are different sizes. But now you can say, hey, no, these are the right accurate scale with the truck next to it, and
absolutely,
or a Jeep or a Kubelwagen or whatever you're putting next to it. So
if you need inspiration for diorama modeling for aircraft, this is a great book.
Let me get you up here on the full screen with that one.
So this is from AK, and this guy does all of these different, like, I'll pull up one, like the 262 in the forest, and these are all 32nd scale. A giant, let's go back one page, sorry. This thing is, his work is incredible. Like the Mistol with dudes in front of it. But, you know, he's mixing scales 32nd and 35th. But they're close enough. But, I mean, geez, Stuka's crashed with FWs. But this is a really good book.
Who's the artist there?
His name, I'm going to mispronounce it, but Artur Excu. I feel bad. I can't pronounce his name well. But Armor and Aircraft Dioramas, A Journey Through World War II History Seen in the Eyes of a Master Modeler. And it's all around Luftwaffe subjects, or there's a submarine in it as well. But it's got color plates, really, really well done. Extreme step-by-step. It's a book that's been out for a while from AK, but yeah, if you need inspiration on aircraft dioramas, this is your guy right here.
That's the one, huh? Very cool.
Yeah, it looks like a nice book.
Yeah. I have to do things. Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, I was just going to say, the more model kits that come out on the market, you're never going to hear me complain about that. It's like, because there's always something for someone.
Exactly.
And
Yep.
100%.
too many guys complaining about too many things. Just be happy. The hobby's this is a golden era for the hobby. Everything just about we want is available right now. So
Yeah. No kidding.
except for that 16 scale Dragon Wagon. So
So Andy, I might have missed it. When's the Puma coming out?
it's still a little bit delayed. They're doing a little bit more. I was showing those guys. I'm working on still one of the early prototype. Well, one of the later prototypes. There's still a few things they need to change on it. When they displayed it at SMC,
Yeah.
they had some people come up to them that were experts and knew a lot more about it, and they were still early enough in the molds that they could change stuff. So they're going back and changing a few things up, and they weren't huge things like, oh, the thing is a foot too long or anything. It was stuff that was easily changed on it, and the kit's really, really nice. And I was showing the guys it builds up really nice. It's bigger than I thought, though. I mean, it's the size, it's as long as a M10, and probably equivalent to the 251. Even that one, you don't realize how big of a vehicle that is until you hold it up next to another World War II tank, and you're like, oh, that's quite large in real life. I'm talking.
Yeah, I saw it at SMC.
So
I mean,
hopefully,
it's big.
Yeah, it's all the 8-wheel steering, all of that stuff is really cool. I saw your article on SMC too. My friend gave me the magazine from Europe. I appreciate the shout out in the about IPMS Nationals too. I saw that, so he brought me a copy over.
Anytime. Yeah, SMC was great. I mean, if you ever get a chance, definitely do that. And then I know Tim El Presidente on the line. He did Telford this year. Like those shows it's so different. A different kind of awesome.
Absolutely. I was just telling the guy just before you came on, I'm hoping to get to SMC this coming year.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, he also will let us know, JB, he's also going to be up at Heritage Con, so.
Oh, man. God. That's the same weekend as my local show here. I'm about to tell all my guests, hey,
is it? Okay.
House, I'll go up to Heritage Con.
No, just have everybody come to Heritage Con this year.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do it every other year. If you're doing every other year, I'll do Commie Fest every other year.
Oh, man. I think that's a good deal. I know Alan up there and the team, Low and those guys. They're the best kind of people, and that show is phenomenal.
It is.
Just an unbelievable venue.
I'm excited about it. Yeah, I just confirmed it with my host just yesterday. In fact, setting it up. So we're definitely going to be there.
Oh, gosh.
Hey Andy, while JB's over there beating himself up, I'm gonna throw this on here. You know who this is. I know his face isn't coming on, and his name's not, because he's hiding. That's all I'm gonna say. He's hiding. But when you see Matt, because that's who that is, Mr. Lucas C himself, punch him in the mouth for me, would you?
I expected
at least
to
slap
see
him
him
in the
today,
back of the
and
head.
he did. I will. Okay. I actually expected to see him today. I'm going to say, why didn't you come into the store today? He's supposed to be here on most Saturdays, and no such luck. But I guess they're having their Christmas party meetings, car meeting, so he couldn't make it.
I got you. Yeah. So JB, Matt,
I'm not important enough.
Yeah, Matt is he goes by the screen name of Lucas C. He has the Lucas C channel on, and he's right there in the Phoenix area too. They just started a podcast as well.
Isn't it called the Unpodcast?
I'm sorry?
Isn't it called the Unpodcast? Doesn't he have that?
Well, he did that one on YouTube, but they're doing a full-fledged audio podcast now. I think need to get with him on that too here before too long. So
what's the
really
name?
super dude.
We can plug it. What's the name?
I can't remember the name of it offhand. I know he's going to be mad at me for not remembering it, but I don't remember it offhand.
Yeah, Matt, throw it into the chat for us, would you? And a little link there we can let them know where you're on Spotify, where your podcast is located. We'll put it out to the masses here. Even though I shouldn't, but I will. That's I got to understand. I've known Matt for quite some time, and he's a character.
Mutual admiration, remember?
Yeah. He's a character.
Absolutely.
For sure. We'll see.
I've known Matt for 20 years. He's been coming in my store, and that's how we first met.
Yeah. It's been a while.
And I take a tiny bit of credit of pushing him into doing YouTube. So you guys would blame me for that.
You need to take more credit for that. He's doing really good with that YouTube channel. He really is. And,
absolutely,
He does have you to thank for that. I know that when he first started and I was kicking off Grumpy and doing some other stuff, he and I talked quite a bit. And he told me that you were really an inspiration for him for sure. So
we tried to. It was I kept just saying, hey, just do it. Whatever happens. Just keep working on it and have fun with it.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Nothing's easy. You got to make it happen. So.
No, that was. I remember back. I mean, I guess mine's been going for. So someone just came to the door and told me my open sign was on, and I'm like,
oh I got you.
But in the beginning, I remember. I know people get mad at me now because I don't build like I used to, but back then I was killing myself trying to get 3 to 4 videos a week out of build videos of working on stuff, and that's a little difficult right now. But
well, people don't realize just what kind of work goes behind trying to record and edit and put just uploading. How long it takes to upload a video these days.
Yeah. Well, and it's a whole different type of building because you get, for the longest time, I was, you're used to building, but then suddenly put your camera in front of you before you try to build. And I make that comment a lot of times. I got to do this off camera because my camera's in front of me and I can't see well enough around it that don't want to mess something up. And
well, and in your instance too, I mean, you've got customers coming in the store and out of the store and all the distractions that go with running the business. On top of that.
And the online business is growing and growing and growing, and it's between that and the store and then the YouTube and then now the model company. The model company doesn't take up as much time because it's another thing. And then we've got all of our tools, the new sprue cutters that we just brought out. We're just doing incredible right now.
Yeah, I saw those. Those are the single blade anvil type side cutters there. Yep. Yeah, I saw that.
And that's what I keep doing. I keep finding all these companies and try to get. These are all the same companies that make it for a lot of other things. Whether it be sanding sticks or the putty or the cutters, but try to bring them to everybody at a reasonable price.
There's some of them out there that are just what I mean. You want how much for those cutters?
Right. It's like
blown away a little bit.
And I've been using them, and I've been using the prototype ones for 4 months now, at least 4 months, and they're doing excellent. So I love those new cutters.
Yeah, I'm all about budget products for the hobby that work well. There's a lot of crap out there too. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff
absolutely.
out there.
Yeah,
there's a new airbrush company out there. As a matter of fact, Gallery. I've got a couple of their products that they've sent me, and an air compressor, which the air compressor is really great. There's some really good stuff about the airbrushes. There's some not so good stuff about the airbrushes, but it's great for the budget minded. They work great. You know, it's what the hobby needs. You know.
Right, and we just brought a whole line of new airbrushes in, inexpensive ones like that with compressors, all that stuff ourselves. Just this last week, we've been working on this thing for like 6 months to get it on over here. And you're right, there's a one for every type of budget out there. And I actually have been playing around with them. They work really well. I mean, it's not going to be obviously to a level of a $250 airbrush, but it works really well, and I tell you this way, it's better than a spray can. You know?
Yeah. So, well, let me put it this way: you're not going to buy your son a Ferrari to learn how to drive in.
Absolutely, you're 100% right.
You know, you're just not, and the same rule applies. So, and that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, when I started out, I had one of the old Badger. Was it a 350 or 250? And you know, you just played around with it. You did the best you could out of it, and then you graduate up to bigger ones, better ones. So
it's funny you mentioned the older ones. I still got this. It's sitting right over here on my shelf. How many of y'all remember this bad boy right here?
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
The old Testers.
Oh, the Aztec
air compressor. That's just one single. Now, to this day, it still works like a champ, but that was my first ever air compressor right there, and I still got it sitting on the shelf over there.
It's funny you say that, too. I have my compressor that I use is a no-name air compressor with a tank. I've had that thing for 21 years.
Yeah.
All the YouTube videos, every one of them are all been shot with that thing, and that thing just keeps running and running and running, and
yep.
I'm waiting for it to die so I can get myself a new one. I feel bad trying to get a new one when this thing still runs. So.
Yeah, well, no, I'm the same way. I have a big tank. I think I got it it was either Harbor Freight or Northern Tools. And it must have been 20, 25 years ago. It's got a big tank on it, and it's loud. When that thing goes off, you can hear it upstairs, but it works like a champ still.
Absolutely, yep.
Still getting it, so good stuff. Good stuff.
And you, Darren, you're in Virginia, right?
Maryland. So yeah.
Maryland, okay. But you're going to be near the Virginia Beach show that's coming up following year, right? In 25?
Oh yeah, it's 2.5 hours from here. So
yeah, good. Okay, I'm excited to go to that one. I think an East Coast show is going to be massive. So
yeah, it's going to be a good one. They've actually had it at that venue before. Was the first nationals I ever went to. Of course, I just went for a day to walk through at that point. But it's at the Hampton Coliseum in Hampton, Virginia.
Oh, okay.
And it's a nice big facility. It's not like what we're used to with being adjacent to or connected to a hotel venue. Lots of hotels in the immediate area, but it's at the actual Coliseum itself. And they did a great job that year that I went. What, Frildo, Whitey, what, that was in 2000.
It was like 08.
08?
Or no, maybe, 2014, I believe.
Yeah. I just remember we were camping in Richmond, and the wife and I drove down for the day. But yeah, it's a really nice venue. It's only a couple hours, so Whitey and Frill, Tim, El Presidente here, we're all the Model Geeks, the podcast itself, we're within about 10 minutes of each other here in Maryland. So we're all real close out here, right on the Chesapeake Bay.
Very good.
So
very good.
Yeah,
are you guys very cold back there right now?
Not today.
No,
it's 60s today.
Yeah, 60s.
Oh, okay. So nice, decent weather. Okay.
Yeah.
It does get cold. It was almost 80 degrees here in Phoenix today.
Oh,
yeah, we won't see 80 degrees until June.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been very, very nice the last 2 weeks here. So
it's going to get colder for sure.
Little testament to those Infinity cutting tools.
Oh yeah.
Let me
put that up there.
I'm already done masking that thing. How long have we been on? Half hour? An hour?
Right in an hour.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So
that's already just cut.
So Andy, what he's alluding to here is we had gotten we were talking about masking tools, and of course we were talking about the if any cutters, tape cutters. I think AK is doing these now as well.
Oh, okay.
And Despay's doing them, and really just how easy it makes. Since we were talking about tools a while ago, how easy it makes cutting masks or tape, in thinner lines. How much
very good.
easier it makes things these days. It beats a ruler.
I'm all about making things as easy as possible.
Yeah, man. Yep. Now listen, our buddy Paul Warren here. Paul is a member of our group, our local club here, the modeling capital of the world. He calls it Region 2 up here. It's really, really good. And Paul here is one of the, I don't know, he's a model prodigy. I think he just started modeling in here about 3 years ago. And the guys, I don't want to go up against him at a nationals. He's pretty damn good. Pretty quickly. Oh, okay. So Jared's corrected me here. It's the Hampton Roads Convention Center. So.
Oh, okay.
But it's in Hampton, Newport News.
Right next to the Coliseum is where
Newport News.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you'll just be right up
the
road from us for that.
I haven't actually started going to the shows until 2019 was the first show the first IPMS Nationals I ever went to. I was invited by some of the guys to come over just on a Saturday, and it was a great experience. And then obviously Vegas, and then now we plan to go to all of them, to make a showing out there and see everything that's happening. And it's a great time.
It really is. Yeah, we had that discussion here the other day as well. It's not about the competition when you go up there to the nationals. It's really about hanging out with other like-minded folks, man, modelers, your friends.
Absolutely.
The social aspect of it is really what it's all about. I think JB, we all met as far as podcasters in Las Vegas.
Yeah, first time I met you was in the check-in line at the Rio. I walked in and almost got my hand broken by Frill.
But we all went to breakfast is separate. We just had this podcast breakfast, and Scott says it the best, but it was like, did we just become best friends? Yep, all of us, and we've all been just great friends ever since. And that's really what the crux of nationals is for me is the camaraderie and the meeting people and having fun. Models
Absolutely.
is just what brought us together. So
in Texas, I went up to John's room there for the party.
Oh yeah,
oh my God, I know everyone. I didn't realize how many people I knew. So hey, I haven't seen you forever, and it was great to see that. And absolutely,
that's the best part of the show.
Yeah, it was to hang out with everybody, and even people I was telling them, like Steve. I see Steve more often at the Nationals than I do, and I only live a couple hours down the road from him, so because he's always busy and busy here. So yeah, it's great camaraderie to hang out with everybody and just visit for a while. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be great that you're going to be up in Hamilton. Now we just got to work on old JB over here. Get him up there.
I texted the group and I said, hey, we might have to go to Hamilton. So now I got to convince Scott.
Scott will go. Scott loves it. You get Scott up there amongst the nature photos and stuff. Go take him to the falls. Get some good pictures.
All right.
That show's amazing. The team they have there is amazing. I think it'll be my fourth time if I going, and it's awesome.
I'm very excited about it. I actually had never really heard too much about it, and then I got invited, and I was like, okay, when's it going on? And yeah, they confirmed everything a couple days ago with me, or yesterday, I think it was Thursday or Friday. So all the days kind of blend together after a while. So
yeah, they're good people.
Excited to go.
The venue's fantastic. It'll be the biggest one-day show you've ever been to.
Oh, good.
It's incredible. And the hospitality, it's overall just 10 out of 10.
Very excited about it then. And it's at the end of March, right? The March 24th, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep.
For a Heritage Con.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
March 20th. You know, it's like it's like the Canadian Nationals. It's that scale.
Is it? Oh, okay.
As far as size goes.
Yeah, it's huge.
The amount of kits on the table, and of course, being in the hangar, the venue is huge, and I don't know. I can't say too much. I'm a fanboy, you know.
Right.
We were talking about it. The guys from the Plastic Model Mojo, their Mojo Dojo, they had a nice big house up there, and the wife and I stopped in. We had Kris Sieber, Luftraum72 was in there. Bruce Worrell. Let's see, model airplane maker. There was just a bunch of us hanging out, you know, having a couple cocktails, kind of like up in JB's hospitality suite that night over pizza, just
right.
You know,
yep.
hanging out and having a good time. It was really a lot of fun.
Conspiring.
What's that?
Conspiring.
Yeah, inspiring. That's a good way of putting it.
No, it's great. I mean, and they got a great crew. Andy, I don't know if you're doing a presentation or anything, but they got a great little theater and almost like a mini OmniMax kind of thing where they host people. It's just
cool.
really good.
No, actually, I kind of broke the news with these guys. This is the first anyone knows that I'm actually going up there. So,
nice.
I've got invited up there by Lightspeed,
cool.
the company up there. So I'm going to be with them. He's a very good friend of mine, and he said you have to come up here and see this show. So,
nice.
So, absolutely. How can I turn it down? And I was telling him too. Das Work will be there too. Harold from Das Work will be there.
Oh, so nice.
We'll have a good time up there.
Nice. I ran into him briefly at SMC. He was really stoked about the Puma at the time.
Yep.
Andy, have you ever built Tacon's M48 series or M60 series?
I built one of their M60s a while ago, the one with all the reactive armor on it.
Nice.
That was the kit actually went together pretty well. It was a lot of parts with the reactive armor. It was like building two kits. I got the actual M60 done, and then I looked and I'm like, I have to build almost another kit worth of reactive armor here. But it did look really, really nice when it was done up. So
I only bring that up because I'm building the Sergeant York now, and there's about 4,000 pieces to it. So,
yes,
but it's getting close. So,
nice.
Was this the one you were working on a little bit earlier, JB?
Yeah.
Let's see. Did you get the primer done? But pull your light down just a little bit there. Yeah.
I'm still in the midst of putting it all together, so I'm hoping to get the primer soon. So, but it's a hell of a kit, just 4,000 pieces and lots of trimming and stuff.
Just 4,000 pieces.
The tracks, that's what killed me. I mean, oh gosh, each link has like 4 or 5 pieces, and I think I spent 6 hours at least on the tracks, and I did them mediocrely. I didn't take my time, so they're just too much. But I'm ready for a slammer. I'm ready to paint a dinosaur. So I'll be painting this guy.
Right.
Hold on, let me see. What is it?
So I have this 3D print I made this past week bust. So I'll be doing that.
Very cool. Very cool. Andy, this year at Madison, I know Jeff Hearn he's really pitching the special interest groups and display only. I think they're gonna allow non-IPMS members to enter up there into the display only groups, which is going to be really cool. And in concert with the Plastic Posse here, the Geeks and us, we're hosting a Overlord group build from Operation Overlord to celebrate the anniversary of D-Day up there. And right now we have a separate Facebook group for Operation Overlord, but it's growing, and it's going to prove to be a huge, I think, a display of all Allied armor, which the posse is kind of spearheading, and then all the invasion striped aircraft from the Allies that participated in Operation Overlord. So
Excellent. That sounds really good.
Going to be pretty cool. I'm not sure what JB's doing. I actually started. Now I'm an aircraft guy, so, but it's getting there. And JB, I don't think you've seen this yet either, but I've got my
nice.
my 155 started, breaking out of my comfort zone a little bit. So now I'm gonna have to find myself an HST, I think, to put in the display with it. Sit up next to it like it's D3, there on the Omaha Beach, just coming off of the
right
off the carrier. So
I have the Weasel and I have this.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
So I'm
very cool.
Not an airplane guy, but I'm going to slam it. Compared to the Sergeant York, I bet it's Tamiya-esque. So,
And you said it's going to be a display only type show, or not show, but display only.
Yeah, this one's going to be a display only.
Yeah, the category is.
When we were at the Shizuoka show in May, that show was absolutely massive, and it was a display only, and it was a really cool experience to go to that, where there was no contest involved with it. It was just everyone just showing off all of their stuff, and it was really cool to see some of those, because I think sometimes people are scared to put into shows if you don't think your level is up to what everybody else is. And I think this will be a great opportunity to get everybody to participate in something. And
yeah,
in fact, my next kit should work perfectly for that thing. So I think maybe I'll do that up if you guys don't mind.
Oh, please do.
It'll be 16. It'll be 16 scale, but
yeah, so that's up to the armor guys. The armor on the aircraft side, we're sticking to 48 scale, but I don't think that they're going to mind that.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to mind a 16th scale at all.
Oh, okay. Very good. No, that sounds like a great thing. I'm excited to see that. And it's going to be at the venue, or
it'll be in the venue. Yep. Jeff, the Madison guys have got a separate room called the Tiger Meat Room, and it's a place for all just display only and group builds.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. We've got another guest here. We got another guest joining us here. This is Kris Sieber from up in Canada, Luftraum72. How you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody doing tonight?
Wonderful.
Hello.
Andy, nice to meet you. I'm glad to hear you're going to make the trip up north.
Nice to see you there.
I think you're going to really enjoy Heritage Con.
Yeah.
Very excited about getting up there.
It's a good one. That was I believe that's the first place you and I, Kris, we met personally.
Yep.
Was it at Heritage Con?
Yeah, and I completely agree. It's the kind of show that really would, and I say this because I have no responsibility in this show, so I can say it because I know the kind of work that goes into a show. But you're right; it would be an awesome 2-day show.
It would,
because it draws. I mean, we draw people from upwards of 10 hours away in some cases, and if you've got a show that even if you've got a show one day and you've got seminars and other excursions on the first day, right, so that people get a chance to socialize on the first day, to go to the seminars and don't feel like they're missing the show, because in the space of 7 hours to see 1,300 models and to see all the people. I mean, the way the social side of the hobby has gone. There were people that I got home that night and people said, "Oh, you were at the show." I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, how is it that we didn't run into each other? Right. So 7 hours is just not enough for as much as that show packs in. So, like I said, I don't have any responsibility to it, so I can say whatever, but yeah, it'd be great to find some way to add something official on the Saturday make a proper weekend of it for a lot of people. But yeah, you'll have a great time, Andy. It's I haven't done a lot of shows, but you can just tell that it's a great show just by the way it's run and the attention it gets and the response it gets, and yeah, it's just a hell of a good time.
Excellent. I'm excited to go. Very excited.
We just got a comment here from our buddy Paul. Get this guy's book on the Tomcat. So
thanks, Paul.
Yeah, I didn't know, Andy, if you knew, but Kris has authored his first book here, super detailing the Tomcat.
Oh, okay.
And this is if you're for the viewers out there that are building the Tamiya Tomcat, that's the book of books right there. That's a good one.
Well, and it's not just, the Tomcat is the title, and the Tomcat, I think, was the focus because it's a Japanese published book, and they have a real special relationship, I think, with the Tomcat. But what's in there would apply to any modern aircraft.
Absolutely.
Right. The finishing techniques apply especially to any U.S. Navy aircraft. So as much as it says Tomcat on the cover, it's really a book for any aviation modeler.
Yeah.
But you had to focus on something. So I don't know, maybe the next book we get a little more generic, because I know people tend to sort of look to their Boresight a little bit on certain topics. And if it's not a Tomcat, or if it's not an intruder, or if it's not a something or else, then they just seem to ignore it. But yeah, it's a Tomcat book only in name, but it's geared to anything. But I really appreciate the kind words.
Who publishes it?
Dai Nippon Kaiga, out of Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're a huge publishing house out of Japan. They do a number of model magazines, model graphics, armor modeling, and scale aviation. And then they generally produce, I think, somewhere between 30 and 40 books a year as well. So they're quite prolific. Lot of armor subjects. I think their most recent armor modeling issue, which comes out next week, I think focuses on work by Mig Jimenez, and I think that was through one of their editors went to Scale Model Challenge, and Mig was also in Japan, I think, for a while. So yeah, like the magazines are all Japanese language, but with Google app on your phone, like you can generally parse out what the major steps are. So. And I've always had an affinity for the Japanese modeling scene, so it's been kind of cool to work with them and, and be sort of part of that, be part of a culture that's inspired me to such a great degree.
That's excellent. Yeah, actually, I'm very familiar with them. I had dinner with their owner.
Oh, okay.
With Mig, actually, in Japan. So
right.
We had a wonderful night that night. I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, I've heard the stories about Mig's visit to Japan. The editor that I worked with, I think, was because he speaks English, I think was sort of detailed to help Mig along through Japan. And anyway, yeah, he kind of intimated that there were a lot of good nights for that week that everybody was there. So Mig and I've known him for a little bit now, and he's a great guy. Great guy to have fun with. Let's put it that way.
I'm starting to think that Heritage Con's starting to shape up to be something right along the same lines there, Kris. I'm hearing a lot of good stuff here tonight. I'm really looking forward to getting up to Canada in March now.
Yeah. Well, I'm feeling like if I'm going to keep talking about it, I might have to start putting my money where my mouth is, and maybe maybe see if me and a few other people can't start putting some things together. Not to burden the IPMS Hamilton crew, but I don't know, maybe there is something we can do and
put Bruce to work.
Put Bruce, yeah. Bruce has been away for 3 months. He may not want to do anything for the next 6.
Yeah.
I would definitely, I'm more than happy to help advertise the whole thing too. So now that I'm going to be going there, I will certainly put out on some YouTube video. I will do videos while I'm there, of course, but leading up to that, we'll let everybody know that the event's going on. Because quite frankly, until I was invited to it, I actually had never heard of it before. So if we can get the word out even more, there's a lot of East Coast, guys that it's a quick drive up to Toronto. So
Yeah, we might have to bring a little extra something to grease the palms of the fire marshal then, because
Oh, okay. Well, we won't do that then.
well,
but if it's a 2-day, then we have a little bit of room to work with, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, we talked about that.
I better
before you
get
came
there
on,
early
Kris.
so I can get in the venue, right?
I'll tell you what, if any of you guys are coming to Madison from Hamilton, let me know and I'll get you a table and you can promote your show at the Nationals in Madison.
Yeah, well, that'll be up to the Madison guys, or the Hamilton guys, but yeah, I could see them maybe wanting to do that if they can get it. Like, I'd be surprised if there isn't probably a dozen plus guys who are going down from that club, if not more.
Absolutely,
If not more,
especially
so.
being it's in Madison this year.
Yeah,
because Toronto, I mean, you take you get off at you cut across in Detroit, and then it's just a short drive.
Yeah. I've been hoping to get to the last two nationals, and just the fact that it's basically an airplane ride for me. I mean, you guys are so lucky with the airfare rates that you have within the United States. For us coming across, it's so much hassle and it's so much cost. So having it in Madison, when I saw I was in Madison, it was just like, this is awesome.
Yeah, Robbie
punched the ticket right away.
Robbie Knopf's actually canceled or commented on the U.S. airfares earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Frontier Airlines and the prices they're running at $79 a pop or whatever it was. Where was that you were going, JB? I can't remember.
It was Atlanta, wasn't it?
Atlanta, yeah.
Yeah, Amps Atlanta.
Yeah. So it's things are just getting expensive all over the place.
Yeah. Well, and to your conversation that you were having with Andy earlier, I mean, that's why we need to make sure that we keep the hobby accessible.
Yep.
Right. That we can grow people along, that, you know, when people are just starting out, that they can have the good air compressors, they can have the good air brushes, they can have the good nippers without dropping $100 on everything. Right. And
absolutely,
eventually they'll grow past them and they'll want something better. And that's great. But, you know, that leap from something from the hardware store to something like Display, which, I mean, they're great tools, but if you're just starting, that's a hard thing to justify. So,
yep.
You know, I got a problem with Display. I bought a set of their nippers at Amps in Virginia Beach, and I'm loyal about using them, you know, strictly for plastic. And I don't know if that sharper edge is not case hardened or what, but I can't keep it straight. It bends, doesn't give me a clean cut.
Yeah, I don't know. I that's a minor buy, and so far, knock on wood, I've had zero issues. You know, hopefully it's just an anomaly. Unfortunately, it happened to you, but
yeah, well, you know, it's not like I don't have 85 other pairs of. You know, one of the things about having, you know, a dozen 3D printers is that every time you buy a 3D printer, they send you a set of cutters in it.
Right.
So
I've got a pile of those type of cutters too.
Yep. Yeah, the famous blue handle disposable ones.
Yep.
I've gotten to the point where I'm giving them to the guys at the local club. Here, anybody wants some new cutters? They're still in the package.
There you go.
Absolutely.
But to speak earlier to what Darren was saying, yeah, we've got an entire dedicated space. It's about 5,500 square feet, and it's dedicated just to SIGs, group bills, and display only.
Oh, good.
On top
I'll
of
be at Madison for sure this year, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, and on top of the standard, I think it's going to be somewhere around 18 or 19,000 square feet of contest area, and then another 24,000 square feet of vendor space.
Yeah,
so,
this Monona Terrace facility is phenomenal.
It's a big venue. And they're stoked. They're so happy that we're there. What? Yeah. Believe it or not. What?
Hey, Darren, I'm gonna go do a little bit of painting. Be right back.
Okay. All right, Tim. Yeah. So that's good stuff, man. I'm just hoping. I'm hoping to see all you guys. I'm really hoping to see JB and the posse guys now in Canada. We just had such a good time last year, hanging out there.
I
at
gotta
the-
convince
what we call
Scott.
the Mojo Dojo there with Kris. I don't know how many different types of bourbon we tried while we were there, but it was quite a few.
It was more than one and less than 20.
It was a good time. It was a really good time.
I do know I didn't really get to partake. I decided I would do the driving, so
Yeah.
I think next year if I'm bunking with Bruce again, maybe I'll get him to drive, or because there was a bunch of bottles. I'm like, I'd like to try that one, but I probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
You can't stop at one usually.
Yeah. Good stuff. So Andy, let me ask, with everything that's going on, how's your build time now? As I can only imagine that's probably reduced your actual
Not as much as it used to be. Let's put it that way. So
yeah.
but get it a little bit here and there. It's subjects, well, like my stuff or TACOM stuff. There's a few things coming out that I'm excited about building. So
Yeah.
that when you got to find time for it, you're like, oh, I really want to build this, and that's the way
Well,
that 234 was. It was like, oh, I really want to build this. This is a cool looking vehicle. So
Yeah, that's the hard part is finding the time. I find just between work and trying to get podcast edited and put out, it's almost impossible. Well, you went blank. There you are.
Well, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Can you hear us? Try it again. I think he lost us.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us okay?
I can't hear you guys at all, so I don't know what happened.
So now's the time to talk about him to his face.
Yeah.
Now that I heard. I'm serious. That was the first voice that just popped up.
There you go.
I think we were being tested.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I can only hear you for some reason.
Oh well, I'm sorry.
Well, I see Darren talking, so I.
Yeah.
That was funny. Timing's everything.
That is weird.
Yeah, no,
Right.
you're the only one who can hear.
Remember the elevator, the nougat gnats there, Jeff?
Oh, don't even. Do I have to tell that story now? Thanks.
Don't have to tell it.
All right.
Well, hold on a second. We got to wait for Andy to come back in here. I think he might be popping back in. He looks like he left in.
Oh God, this is horrible.
Oh, there he is.
It's funny, but it's horrible.
Okay.
I just rejoined so I could get back on, so I can hear you guys. So.
Okay. Good. We're fixing to hear something about an elevator story, and
Yeah. So,
okay.
So I had been partaking in the Rob Riv tolerance juice at Chattanooga. I was pretty well zippered, and we had made that usual run up to the hotel room to drop off all the stuff that we had bought in the vendor room, and we were getting ready to go to dinner. So we got a full elevator full of people, and for whatever reason, somebody in the elevator decided they were going to push every button on the way down. So we got a full elevator of people, and the door opens up like on the 11th floor. Doors open up, and there's nobody there. Doors close. Go down to the 10th floor. Doors open up. There's nobody there. But then we hear a voice from around the corner who says, "You got room for one more?" And me in my drunken stupor said, "Only if you're a fucking midget." And guess who came around the corner?
No.
Yeah. He was.
Oh boy.
You could have heard the air just being complete. There was just this collective groan from like 15 people in the elevator. and so he comes around the corner and he goes, well, it's a damn good thing it's me, isn't it? And I'm like, oh my God. I was about that tall. After dinner, I actually saw him in the lobby and I'm like, dude, I apologize. He goes, no, you should go buy a lottery ticket, man. He goes, I tell you, man, that was funny. And I'm like, yeah, but so yeah, that's the elevator story from Chattanooga.
That's an open mouth insert foot.
Oh yeah, and I'm classic. I do that like on a daily basis.
Guys, I hate to have to say this, that the reason I got kicked off too is my wife is calling me now and she's saying, when are we having dinner? So
yeah. No, Andy, I just want to say thanks. Thanks for coming on and spending some time with us. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I love it was perfect timing. Like I said, we just finished work here and I go, I'll lock the door and get on the phone. So
yeah, beautiful stuff. Looking forward to seeing you in here in March. Gonna
yes,
be a good
absolutely.
time.
Look forward.
And
you too, John. Hopefully we see you there.
Sounds good. I gotta go now that you called me out. So
all right. So
it's a fantastic show. Good seeing you, Andy.
Andy, we lost your shot there again, but just if you can still hear us, if you need anything from us, anything we can do here from the Geeks, let us know. So there you go. He's out. That was great having him stop in there for a little bit. Good stuff.
Cool.
Good stuff. Let me go around the room here and see how folks are doing. Whitey, you've got some canopy masks. You got it installed yet? Ready to paint yet, or?
No. I'll let it dry for a little bit. I gotta get the pilot figures painted up first before I put those in. So that's my next thing here. I'm rolling with. Again, they're pretty small, 72 scale, basic figures. So I'm not gonna go crazy. Get some color on, get them in the cockpit, get them in the seat, and then I'll get the canopies in place later on. And I may get into some actual airframe painting tonight. You know, I feel like I'm ahead of the curve.
Very, very nice. Kris, welcome again to the stream. What are you sanding on over there? So,
I'm working on a special hobby. What the hell is it? Spots.
You put some pictures of that earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, the 162.
Yeah.
So I had started with Chickasaw, but it was driving me crazy. I couldn't get super glue to stick to the Italy plastic, so I ditched that this morning, called an audible, grabbed the little spots there, and so yeah, I'm just prepping all the parts. I sprayed some interior colors just before I came on, and just trying to get everything sort of clean so I can go down to the basement and hit the spray booth and do everything all in one shot. So yeah, so I'll load the cockpits together, added some PE belts, a little bit of copper wire to the seat. It's all in gray, so you can't really see it all that well. But yeah, and just finished cutting some masks. Speaking of display stuff, cut some circle masks with my circle cutter for the wheels. Just shaking my head at how they've set those wheels up to go onto the landing gear strut is totally stupid, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. But yeah, just trying to get everything ready so I can be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, super tiny stuff too you're dealing with there.
Yeah, well, that seems to be what I like to do to myself. So
that's right. You and El Presidente, y'all are our guy, our 72 scale guys. So let's see.
Gotta be a masochist. You might as well do something truly crazy.
I guess so. Let's see. Let's go with Frildo. Frildo's got some. Looks like he's got his cockpit together now.
Yeah, so I've got the cockpit pretty much installed. It's ready to go, and while I've got the stuff out, I'm going to go ahead and I'm masking off the canopies, so I can go ahead and get those masked. Those are up out of the way, and I can get the RLM C3 on
Yeah.
Get that going. I got the wings painted and the wheel wells, and there'll be a drop. Put the wings on, and I should be in primer here or paint in about an hour or so, probably.
About an hour.
Yeah.
You've been saying that for a while. About an hour.
About an hour.
About an hour. All right. JB, I know we saw your tank thingy earlier.
Yeah,
You're really concentrating. You must be working on some PE or something.
yeah, it sucks. These little, you can't even see them. They're tiny little brackets. Sorry, we're live. I don't mean to use that language.
No, you're good. You're good. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm in the final mile of this thing, and it's like I ran a marathon, and now I'm about to gas out, but I got to keep going. These little guys.
All right, we'll let you get to it. I see you got your spray booth over there. It looks like you're really wanting to get the primer. It looks
I
like.
really want to get to primer, so that's the goal. But we'll get there. But yeah, I'll get this to primer and then work on some other fun projects hopefully. So
Sounds good, buddy. I'll leave you alone. Jeff, what are you laughing at? Don't laugh at me.
Yeah, talk about projects. So we were on earlier, and I was working on the Firefly, which I got finished, and so my buddy actually that gave me the advice of things I needed to do to the Firefly heard about the Overlord group build, so he calls me up and he says, I know you too well. You're never going to get your Overlord project done if you don't start it now. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, I said, it's he goes, no. He goes, think about it. He goes, you need to do at least 40 figures for this project that you have.
Oh, yeah.
And I started thinking, and I went, oh God, he's right. So just to get ahead of the curve, I broke out
oh Lord.
Yeah. Every one of those little corners is a figure.
Yeah.
So there's 5 to a sprue, and there's 5 sprues. And then whatever customized stuff I decide to do or 3D printed stuff I decide to do.
So you're gluing figures.
I'm just going to be mass producing figures and getting some putty in, and then get them all ready for primer and drill out the head sockets so I can use 3D printed heads. And
very cool.
Yeah, so if I can get ahead of that and get those done, get them on the yeah, exactly. Get them done. God,
cool.
Frodo's killing me.
Yeah. We have
killing me.
Look, it's joining us, Mr. Lawler from Propaganda. Rick, how are you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
Good evening, fellas. Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, hear you great. How you doing over there on the West Coast? How are things?
Things are good here.
Yeah.
I've been listening to you guys. We're a little cooler than 60 degrees, but it's raining and about 42 or something like that. But we're good.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Really, 42 where you're at?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
We actually have weather here.
So, well, all right. So we're about on the West Coast. Are you're up north, right?
I'm Portland, Oregon.
Yeah. Oh, you're in Portland. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking you were up in the Bay Area for some reason.
No.
Yeah. Okay. No, I will give you the weather. You certainly have weather.
Yeah.
You have
definitely.
You have much different weather than we have for sure.
Yes. We've had a warm rain spill, which melted most of our snowpack, and now we're trying to build it back up.
And I'm sure that will happen very quickly.
I hope so.
in that area for sure. Yeah. And here I'm hoping we don't have any type of snowpack here on the East Coast.
Yeah, same here.
No kidding.
Something that we can certainly do without.
We have to provide the water resources for California. So
yeah, absolutely. What you got going on there? Working on anything in particular?
Yeah, today has been figure painting day mostly.
Is that right?
Yeah, still hacking away at that. Been working with that Adam Wilder group build that kind of helped put together, and so I've got a couple of figures I'm going to put on that. And so I've been painting those out, and that's basically it.
Yeah.
Hung out with some of the PPP guys earlier today. We have another chat, so just kind of doing the social thing here.
Yeah, I saw that JB had sent that link. I guess y'all were doing the Zoom it up thing earlier. I was had to step away from the desk and the mic for just a little bit to go pick up some paints. So I would have jumped in there myself.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a day where you can spend some time modeling and modeling with some friends.
Yeah, well, that's what this weekend's all about. This is our little mojo builder, if you will, coming into the holidays. Everybody's kind of getting past Thanksgiving and taking a break from the Christmas shopping and just trying to hang out and have a good time. So I appreciate you joining us. It's good to have you with us tonight.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the invite. It's really nice. I haven't really had a chance to sit down with you folks.
Yeah, no, it has been a hot minute. I don't think we've actually had a chance to speak since San Marcos.
We've maybe chatted one or two times, but not much. Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Any shows in your future leading up to next, or?
I think the next one that I might do, there's a Las Vegas show that has to do with board gaming.
Yeah.
That I'll be taking part of, I think. That has to do with AK, probably just do tabletop demonstrations. And then in February, we'll be doing in Seattle with the Model Mania.
Mm-hmm.
And then JB has invited me to his house for a barbecue.
Wow.
The Wilder group build is supposed to kind of finish up at Amps in April, so we'll do that. Of course, I've got Jeff is sitting here, so I've got IPMS coming up in Madison. So, and there's a couple other invitations along the board, so we'll see what happens.
Very cool. Yeah, well, we'll certainly see you in Madison. We'll be up there for that. I will make it to JB's one of these first days for a barbecue. There's been several chances, but unfortunately work has not worked out well for me. So
you got to go up to the Seattle show, Darren. That's the show you got to go to.
Yeah, that's a really nice show. It really is. This will be my third year there, I think.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, Jim Bates does a great job of organizing it. It's a wonderful facility. Of course, you're at the museum.
Yeah, the Museum of Flight, good. Right?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly need to get up. I enjoy visiting the Pacific Northwest up there from time to time. I used to go back and forth to Whidbey Island quite a bit, but I have not been in several years. And I'd really like to get back up there sometime.
Well, we'll welcome you. We'll show you the towns.
Yeah,
all of the towns.
All of them.
All of
them. Very good. Very good.
And a couple of islands.
Yeah. Well, so I was just kind of going around the room. As you know, this is we're just kind of doing a weekend 72 scale build. So everybody's picked up a little 72 scale Braille scale type build. I was just kind of going around the room here, seeing everybody's how everybody's doing. And let me flop over here to our local El Presidente. I know you were in the paint booth earlier.
I was.
What how's that P47 coming
along? Actually, it's coming along real well. Let me shift the build camera, and essentially, I got I filled in a little bit of with a little bit of clear acrylic to seal up the canopy a little better before I spray paint the silver. I didn't mind getting a little bit of black inside because
sure.
That was okay. And the underside already has the silver on it, and I'm using Tamiya lacquer LP38 aluminum for my paint. And otherwise, the paints are Tamiya something or other. I think that was NATO black is what I used there. And then I also painted the prop just standard black and flat black. And I've still got a mask off and do the spinner. And the engine's done, which see, I can bring it up a little closer, put it in the light.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy with that. Just a little bit of paint and a dry brush, and that's it. And then I've got the wheels to do, and I think other than that, it's assembly, which can be done shortly. But I'll put decals on first before or stickers before I do all of the dangly bits.
Yeah, put all the stickers on first.
Tim's
Yeah,
going to finish first.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
For sure.
It depends. It depends on how much I get done tonight. I should be able to get the rest of the silver on, but otherwise, it's not going too bad. If you're not sure with what kit it is, it's the Revell P47M from 1999 is the kit I'm doing, and then the markings I'm doing are Zemke's, which are UNZ overall silver from May of 1945. It's got a nice blue rudder and a red ring on the nose. Yeah, I'm looking forward to masking all of that off and shooting it.
Yeah, that's gonna look really, really cool. I'm really glad to hear you talk about using the NATO black instead of. I'm a fan of not using just a base black. I use a lot of the NATO black, like NATO black or German gray instead of black.
Yeah,
It just kind of gives it a little different hue instead of just that dark into nothingness black.
Yeah, because a real black doesn't look black in real life. I mean,
it does not. Yeah.
it looks more like a really dark gray, and sometimes it's kind of a really dark blue, or sometimes it's something else. I did go with, I think I went with black. I'd have to look again, but I went with black on the prop.
Yeah.
Because I wanted a little bit of difference, for the from any of the black that may be visible on the aircraft otherwise. And for some reason, prop blades just look black to me whenever I see them in real life.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing about black too is anything that's black that's been out in the elements for any length of time, as it starts to fade, it'll start fading to greens and blues and browns and depending on what the material is and the pigment that was used. So
right,
it's so easy to use so many different kinds of black on an aircraft or a tank or something. If following references, knowing that rubber tends to go to browns and a prop blade might go to even a dark green blue or something. And like Darren said, you never actually use the pure black, right? Because it just doesn't really. It almost doesn't exist in a lot of ways in nature. It always fades off to something else.
Right.
Yeah, I think I heard it from Dave Knights. I think Mike and Dave were talking about it at one point, but how even a really dark blue can come off as a black.
Yeah. I've got a P70 that I did few years ago that I painted it black primer, used that as my base, and then nothing but blues, reds, and I think I used a little bit of green, but it was mostly blues and reds. Blues on the upper side and reds on the underneath, and it looked just like the photographs that I could find.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's what I was using as my guide, is where was the demarcations in the colors. And then I used some grays to show a little bit of scuff marks and a few other things. And other than the base black, just to have something to make it nice and dark underneath. Everything else was some other color.
Yeah. Yeah, even if you did like a filter of a different over the base black, like a filter of blue.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. It was thin, really thin coats, and I just kept building it up until it eventually started to look, have a hint of red or a hint of blue or a hint of gray. You know, it's just a little bit, not enough to be stark.
Yeah.
And so when it was all said and done, it looked black from a distance, but it looked like a real black, not just a monochrome shade of paint.
Yeah.
I think it took me like a week to paint that one. That's the only one I've ever done like that, and it took a long time to paint it, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, kind of going through some of the comments here. There's one here from Jake Kidd, one of our local guys here. And Chris, I think this is probably over your way, but can't wait for the F-15 article, the magazine. When's this going to be available? I think was at the end of the month.
Actually, it comes out in Japan on December 13th.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't recall though if that is sort of when it's first available on newsstands and would also be available through, say, like a HobbyLink Japan or one of the other export sites, but it would be in that ballpark. So yeah, we're looking at middle of next week.
Okay.
For it to be available. So it comes with the DVD. The DVD will play internationally. It's not geo-locked. The caveat is that it uses my dialogue where they've included it, but it's primarily subtitled in Japanese. So
okay.
I was watching some of it today, and kind of watching it going, oh, I should have said this and I should have said that, and then kind of realized, well, maybe I did and it just wasn't included. So because obviously I don't read Japanese, so I don't know what they were actually saying in the words, but and then it'll have an accompanying article for the F-15 as well, which was the new fine molds kit. So again, it's written in Japanese, but with Google Translate on your phone, usually you can just kind of point it at the article and get the broad strokes of what's being described. Worst comes to worst, people are always welcome to hit me up. I'll maybe even post the English on my website so that people can sort of see exactly what I had written for them to translate in the first place. So
okay, very cool. Very cool.
Thank you.
Let's see here. So Jeff, you have your jar ready. I've got a question for you here from Madison.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we get to vote as a group how much this one's worth? Or
yeah. So what's going to end up happening is there are. I mean, it's a dedicated convention center facility, so it's not like a hotel where there is a bar all the time. However, I am working with food and beverage to make sure that there will be adult beverages available from. It's Wisconsin, so normally I would say noon. So
okay,
it's Wisconsin, so as soon as they're ready, if we can legally sell beer. The other option that you have is that we're right on Capitol Square with the convention center. So if you can stagger about 100 meters, you can find just a whole slew of pubs and microbreweries and restaurants.
Yeah.
There will be no loss for food and beverage. A slew.
Will there be souvenir cheese wheels available?
Yeah.
Maybe rolling them down a hill.
No.
You can eat.
Well, I actually messaged the guy to see if he was going to come to Madison from Chattanooga. So as of right now, there's no dwarf tossing or midget rolling down the hill. And I apologize to any little people. I had permission to actually use that as a comedy line from the poor guy that. And he and I are friends now, and he is absolutely hilarious. But there's
was he a model as well?
Yeah, he is actually.
Okay.
We're going to try to have a cheese vendor there. If you are driving to the convention on Saturday during the day in Capitol Square is the largest farmers market in the Midwest.
Nice.
It occupies 1, 2, 3, 4 times 2. So it occupies 8 city blocks worth of space.
Holy smokes.
And you can get anything and everything. The microbrews show up, the cheese manufacturers show up, farmers show up with their produce. So if you are driving, bring a giant cooler with you and some ice packs, because you're probably going to go home with, a bunch of stuff.
So a bunch of guys drinking beer, eating cheese. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Well, plumbing is not going to survive.
Yeah.
I'm not rooming with Darren.
My wife is not going to survive. The poor woman. She's gonna have to ride home from Madison with you. You get a reprieve this year, Tim. You don't have to ride home with me, and that's my co-pilot. Poor woman.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So let me get this straight. We have drunk, we have constipated, and we have the stereotypical body odor of some of our brethren.
It's going to be a hell of a weekekend.
This is going to be interesting.
It sounds to me like a normal weekend.
Sign me up.
I already caught hell. I did a podcast with Robert Viezzo in the Modeling Insanity, and I made the comment of saying, be considerate of your fellow modelers. Put on a clean shirt and take a shower before you show up. Yeah. And I got hate mail for it. I was like, all right, well.
Oh, let me go get my gun swab.
Yeah, so this is for Tim. Tim went up to go get it, but our good friend Joshua Scott, he was asking about the Gunpla kits that Tim and I had picked up. He says excited to see what the two of us do with them. And Joshua, I'll be honest with you, I haven't touched mine yet. I have not had a chance with my work schedule and travel schedule. I've barely had the chance to glue 2 pieces of plastic together anywhere. But I have plans. We'll just have to see how they work out. Now, Tim, on the other hand, has been working on his, and I'll turn that over to you, Tim.
Yeah. Which kit did you get, Darren?
I'll get mine while Tim's talking here. I can't remember what the name of it is. 1 sec.
All right, I have no idea what this is, but let's see if I can't real quick. All right, this is what the guy looks like. Whatever that is.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, it's some. It was HG, I think. Whoa, yeah, he's moving around on his post there, but
high grade.
High grade.
Yeah, I know the high grade part, but it's an HG something or other.
Well, that's what HG is high grade.
Yeah, I know, but okay. Well, like I said, I don't remember what the thing is called, but he's got a claw in his hand. He's got a flame in his coming out of the thing in his behind him, and he's standing on a stand in flight. Ish. I don't know.
Ish.
But I had fun with it. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, they're a hoot just for keeping it low key and, well, not even melting plastic in that case, but
yeah.
Well, you guys need to bring them to Madison because we're going to have a large Gunpla contingent there. That's something else that we're trying to push with the Tiger Meat area. I'm trying to expose the IPMS world to the world of Gundams.
Well, I mean, let's be real. This is one of the reasons why Tim and I got these. I've never built one before. I really want to know what it's all about. The best way to figure that out is to jump in head first and build the damn thing.
Exactly.
Now the one that I picked up is also a high grade kit, but it's this young man here. I'm not going to try and go through all the alphanumeric stuff there, but I thought he was really cool, especially in the whites. And I can see, let me see if I can center that up. Sorry, where I can get into some really good weathering with some, I don't want to say antique whites, but some insignia whites and some a little bit of chipping with some dark primer behind, maybe a little silver here and there. Dust him up really good, but I'm just saying it was just for me. It's a clean palette for a lot of really cool stuff that I think I could do with him. Yep. So I was actually, the one thing I don't like about these is the stickers are, actually stickers, and that's not a fan of that. But just going through the local Hobby Town, USA, which has a huge Gunpla section, where they have the aftermarket decals, water slide, type decals, and
Yep.
so I'll get as close as I can. Will it be accurate to the actual box? I can't say yes, but it will.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it'll be very close.
It doesn't have to be. That's that was one of the things. I'm working with a couple of high profile Gundam modelers.
Yeah.
To try to have a solid program in Madison. And one of them told me, because I built my first Gundam, God, not even 2 weeks ago. And I called him up and I said, Alex, how do I do this? And he goes, dude, Gunpla is freedom. You do whatever you want to do. Yes, there are modelers out there who have to, just like us. There are guys out there who have to build that specific serial number aircraft with that specific, paint fade and that level of wear for a specific photograph. There are Gunpla modelers that build specifically to the storyline. This is how it appeared in episode 4 of season 3. Great. And then there's thousands and thousands of modelers who just build it because it looks cool and they paint them whatever colors they want.
Well, that's the world I live in, because I don't know the storyline at all.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know anything about it.
Well, that's what I did when I built mine.
Yep.
Yeah. The first step is to learn what it's all about, is to actually build one. You got to get in and you've got to do it to even come close to trying to understand it.
They're not a hard build. I mean, I bought one of the perfect grade kits as kind of the first one, because the guys told me that, if you're doing what you're doing in armor and aircraft and ships and stuff like that, the basic level kits are just, you're going to laugh at them. So go with something a little more intense, which I did, and immediately applied, all of the stuff that I've learned over the years about filling seams and, sanding and, all of that stuff. And the whole thing got primed and painted and base coated and metallizer underneath so I could paint chip it and everything else. And I brought it to the Gundam Club and I said, all right, don't laugh. This is my very first Gundam. And I put it down on the table and everybody had wide eyes and their jaws dropped and are like, wow. That just goes to show what all of those skills that we've kind of accumulated over the years doing armor and aircraft and ships, you can immediately apply it to a brand new genre of modeling. And
there's crossover.
Yeah, and there's so much crossover, and they were so what a great group of people.
Yeah.
They just, the minute I put that model on the table, I was one of them.
Yeah.
I wasn't some old crotchety IPMS guy, bitching that it's not a Tiger tank or a P-51. Yeah. And it was a breath of fresh air, really. And then the group builds. I mean, I went to an IPMS group build and we had 12 kids. I went to a Gundam group build and we had 200 kids.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about the future of the hobby?
Well, Joshua Scott is just a super dude. And Joshua, I really appreciate it. I will absolutely reach out when that help's needed. I really appreciate that.
Hey, Josh, if you're interested, I can use any and all, consulting for
yeah, me too.
So
Joshua,
yes. So yeah, feel free to give me a holler and I'll if you're interested in helping out and volunteering, I'll put you on the committee with the other guys that are my Gunpla experts, and feel free to join the fun and be a part of it.
Yeah. Rick, you had.
Oh, I was going to say, Josh and I did a buddy build over.
I remember
the summer.
that.
Yeah. And that was my first Gunpla Gundam, whatever it was. And we had a blast. And, I feel some of the same things that everybody's expressing here, because it's not my lane, I guess. Mm-hmm. Afraid of doing it wrong, or what's the backstory and all the rest of it. But, once you just decide to start going with it, it was a great great experience, and I just did whatever the heck I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And Josh is sitting there as kind of my expert wingman, so to speak, and he's just encouraging me, "Oh, just do what you want to do." And there's a lot, I think Jeff said it great. Like, you might go to an armor model meeting, there's 12 guys there, and then you go to a Gunpla meeting, there's 200 guys there. So, modeling is not going anywhere. It's just kind of weaving around in different places here, and
transforming a little bit.
And using our skills that maybe we've grown up in the last, I'll speak for myself, 50 years, applying those to other genres, that's a lot of fun. At least for me, it's a lot of fun to be able to do something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think we have something to offer as well. Because
exactly.
There are so many Gunpla modelers that are out there who have no idea. They have no idea how to fill seams and do the things that we've been doing for 50 years. And I think that us being involved on their side of the hobby too, if the beauty of it is if they want to apply it, they can. If they don't, if they just want to build it right out of the box with no paint, no filler,
that's okay too.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah. Go ahead and do that.
Mm-hmm. I found that my experience was a really different. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It was a really different experience because the type of modeling that it is very different than what at least I'm used to in scale modeling, because you don't necessarily have to or need to fill seams. That's not really part of the aesthetics. Right. The aesthetics have to do with, say, scribing new panel lines and things like that, and these really nice finishes that have been kind of traditional to that genre, the Gunpla genre. And then we come in, or at least I came in, and started saying, well, crap, I do all this armor weathering, and I do chipping like we're talking about, and I do weathering and everything else, and put it into a different type of a scene. And that's where the fun really is, at least from my experience. That was where the guy we're like, oh, this is so cool. I could do whatever the hell I want to do right now.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, let me go over here to Frill real quick. That's what he did with this one here.
Yeah,
this was for the Merceau Cup here 2 years ago.
Yeah, and so I was like, damn, I don't know how to paint this thing or anything. So I found some 144 scale spare decals that I had for VFA 103, and I kind of put like VFA 103 markings on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, I saw one at Nationals in Madison, which it caught my attention for sure, and it was done up in the Blue Angel livery. Is like a Blue Angel number 8. It was really cool looking.
Hey, D-Ran, can you give me the winning lottery ticket numbers?
Can I?
Yeah, because you saw something at the Nationals in Madison. It hasn't happened yet.
I mean, I'm sorry, not Madison.
I want the lotto numbers, man.
Omaha. My apologies. Omaha.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, Omaha. Omaha. So I sound like Peyton Manning. Omaha. But I'm looking forward to putting this one together for sure.
Well, make sure you bring them and put them on the table with the rest of the guys.
Josh doesn't know if he's going to get to Madison, but he'd be happy to give some advice. So
cool.
Plugging over to Jeff Feist.
Tell Josh to save his pennies, because instead of going to Japan right now, he needs to go to Madison.
There you go.
It's going to be cheaper.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, is that right? So Joshua, if you'll hit me up, I'll put you in touch with Jeff. He's
that's
right
the one that I did.
Facebook,
The Sinaju Stein thing, something. I did have a photo etch set that I found for it, which I thought was kind of cool because you didn't have to cut the parts off the fret. There was like double-sided clear tape on it, and you just peeled the plastic off of one side.
Oh yeah, like the old photo cut stuff.
Yes, and it was like, it's nickel. It's like real springy, so you got to try to anneal it, and so I used that on it, and it came out pretty good.
Let me. I'm gonna bring Josh into the conversation here real quick. I know he's got to go eat dinner, but let me pop him in here.
Yeah.
And let him talk to the
Preach
Gumpless
to the
scene.
choir.
Yeah, 1 second here. Let me get over here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 sets of legs done. Oh God.
Man.
Why did I open my mouth and decide to do a landing craft?
You're a good man, Charlie.
There you
Brown.
go, Joshua. The link sent your way, buddy. Come on in. I don't think we've reached max pack here. We've got 8. Yeah, we can bring a couple more in.
One more.
Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do here is, Frildo, I'm going to turn the helm over to you for a few minutes. If you could take the bridge watch for me, I need a little bio break. So
Yeah, man, I got it. I got the con.
I'll be back in just a few moments. Josh will be popping in here to the green room if you'll let him in.
Oh, I'm on standby for him.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Nope, I think he's coming in.
Yeah, when Josh comes in, I mean, ultimately, I'm going to want Josh's help. I've got another Gundam, and I did the first one as a clean build, and didn't do anything special with it. And the second one, I've got some specific ideas, and even to the point of I don't care if it's movable, posable, as long as I can get it the way I want it.
I locked mine all down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually a better approach in my mind. I mean, that's part of the psychology behind the different genres. And I spent a lot of time talking to Josh about this because, I'm talking about the weathering and chipping and putting it into a dioramic scene or whatever. And he's saying, well, what we do is, he'll explain this better once he joins the crowd here, but it's about a posable action figure that you take outside or wherever, and you take these action shots. So you put them in this heroic pose and that heroic pose, and that's what gets sent online. So it's kind of a different presentation than what we, as traditional quote unquote modelers, tend to do.
It's kind of like what the Dragon 16th or 1/6 scale guys do.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all about getting that one photo that, is hyper realistic, and you can't tell if it's.
Yeah.
Well, I have no aspirations to be a world-class Gundam modeler, but
No, man,
it was fun.
It was definitely something that was definitely way out of my wheelhouse, and I found that because they don't interest me, it kind of like to stay into it, because I was kind of up against the deadlines. I had to have it done for the Musaru Cup, and it was kind of hard for me to kind of stay with it because, it really, it's not my shtick. So, but I mean, it came out pretty cool. I mean, I wanted something, I was kind of thinking, how am I going to paint it? So I painted like an F-35 or an F-18 and just put VFA 103 markings on it, which they fit they fit it very well. So like you said, it was that's the cool thing about it. You can paint it however the heck you want to.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I mean, the one that I got, it was all like metallic gray on the box, and it ended up being an off-white. Actually, I'll be honest with you, I watched Rick's video on the MAK piece that he did, the walker thing with the, and I kind of emulated what he did.
Which I've sit around here and emulate what Lufty does on his, Kris does on his models, aircraft modelist.
Sorry, I dropped out for a second. What do I do again?
You're causing all sorts of trouble.
Oh,
I just got to say,
awesome.
Kris, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too,
We've
Rick.
kind of talked a couple of times, perhaps online, but the first time is be face to face. Big admirer.
Thank you. Likewise. Yeah, it was a leopard that you just finished. And did you know it? I've not been on social media lately, but did I see that you just finished a leopard in 1/72nd scale or
Oh, a panther.
panther? That's right.
Oh no, it was a king tiger. God, yeah, it's over there. King
Y'all
tiger.
need to go on mute as the armor modeler. I'm very offended right now.
It's a track.
Stop talking. Take a break.
JB, I'm one of you, and I'm still getting it wrong.
I'm about to stroke out here. So,
Well, being an aircraft guy, I mean, they're all just targets, aren't they?
Okay, put yourself on mute.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Go back.
There you go. Take a time out.
And just like that, Joshua is here.
Dun, dun,
What,
dun.
what do they say with
There he
the
is.
magic of time or something?
Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's going on, Rick? It's like I haven't seen you today.
Yeah, your ears have been burning, I'm sure.
It's okay. I put them out, so
Okay, good.
we're
Got
ready
a
for round 2.
Fire extinguisher. Well, while you were trying to get in from the green room, we decided we hated Gundams and Gunpla as an entire category. We think you're kind of crap for spreading the gospel of Gundam, and so we'll see you later.
Jeez, I'm an asshole. That's harsh even for me. Damn.
Well, if it's the gospel, Rick, you're already suckered in, so I wouldn't be talking too much over there. I could have remembered you got a video series on one.
I'm going to say there's video evidence of this, isn't there?
Yeah.
And just in
Photos
full
are- didn't
disclosure,
happen.
my piece is sitting behind Josh someplace in his place right there because I presented that to him a couple of weeks ago. So he has it sitting on his shelf.
Yeah, we got both the buddy builds together as they should be.
Yeah. So. Well, anyway, Josh, it's nice to have you here. It's not even my podcast, but I'm glad you're here because we were talking about Gundams, and I know you're a big proponent.
Well, it's like it's like a dog's like squirrel. It's like, hey, get me in here. So appreciate the invite.
That wasn't me, as you well know.
Yeah, I mean, like, definitely wasn't my thing, but I could definitely, respect the talent that you have, to go into building one of those.
Well, I was gonna say I spent what, like 6 hours today just freestyling, putting a bunch of water slide decals in 44 scale on my current project right now. So that's been a grind.
Like, I think Whitey got stuck judging that category one time in his show.
I did, and I was lost. We actually had to grab one of the entrants and say, "Hey, come here, give us some guidance. Don't tell us what you want yours, but just give us some guidance." Because the bottom line was they all looked great.
Yeah,
and we were in it was a first, second, third contest, and it was absolutely like, okay, they're all freaking great. So what do we do here? And so we had to make some decisions, obviously. So
we've been working on.
But yeah, it was definitely probably the hardest.
I provided some information
Go
and
ahead.
made some connections to some guys within IPMS USA to actually develop a set of judging criteria specifically for Gunpla.
That would be helpful.
So that's underway. That is ongoing behind the scenes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Gundam, as far as like the basic presentation and everything else, is usually the same. But I think the hardest part is because these are, as Rick mentioned, these are posable subjects, and because of that, they have a lot of shifting exterior detailing on them. So like you'll get like, say, a thigh that's separated by two parts, and if you're someone that's looking for seams, you might think, oh, well, that's a seam line right there. It's like, well, no, actually it's two separate pieces, and one of them has to move and slide. If you glue that, you've ruined the entire integrity of the kit.
Right.
Yeah, well, my hat's off to you, man, because those things they're nice.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to need some help with my next one because I do have a second one, for lack of a better phrase, in the queue, and I don't know how soon I'll get to it, but I've got my own druthers on how I want to finish it, and I'm kind of on the fence on whether or not it's going to be posable, but only because I want it to have a certain appearance and then be done with it. Because I'm not I build a model, right? I build a model, and once it goes to a show, it comes home, goes on the shelf, and it never leaves.
Yeah, feel free. Yeah, I mean, I'm on Facebook on the socials. Sorry, I'm like eyeballing Jeff's kit, and I'm shaking my head because that's like a Grail kit to a lot of individuals, and he's sitting here flashing it like it's
Is it?
like it's not. Yeah, that's a Grail kit that's been out of print for like a really long time. So there's people that really want that. So you might want to lock the doors and don't give out your address. So.
That's the one, Jeff, that you picked up at a yard sale for like $2?
No. This was actually a gift from a friend of mine. So how much of a Grail kit? I mean, is it like put this on eBay and then buy 5 more, master grades with it?
It could potentially be that way. I wouldn't say 5 master grades, but it's definitely got some monetary resale value because it hasn't been reprinted in a while.
Hit me up after the show. We'll see what we can do about turning 1 into 3.
Oh shoot! What you're really saying is, how much money are you willing to give me?
No, I'm not. You know what, dude? You broker the deal, and I'll even cut you in.
Ooh. Well, you better be careful because I might have to be the one making that deal.
Okay, we'll talk.
No, I've spent way too much actually. I think this Japanese site Surigaya, I think it is, had like a free shipping event, so I took advantage and got a few kits off of there, including a machining Krieger. So, yeah, so I think I got to hold off on the spending for a bit.
Did you guys just feel that? TJ just felt the disturbance in the force when someone mentioned machining Krieger.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what this word enough means.
Yeah, really. So we were at a club meeting a couple of weeks ago. It was our holiday meeting, and all of a sudden, one of our members gets up and he goes, "I gotta go. I'll be right back." So he takes off and bolts out the door like a bat out of hell. And about 20 minutes later, he comes back and he's all sad and depressed. And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he goes, "Well, Bandai just did some special drop at like 8 p.m.
Oh, yep. I can tell you all about that because that's where a lot of my money goes.
So apparently they had some special drop. He was like, he had to log into the website. He was like 2 minutes out, forgot all about it. Exactly. I said, "So how much money did you spend?" He puts his head down and he goes, "About $2,500.
So, oh boy, I can understand why. Well, so that special drop. So Bandai has been really focusing on trying to push this part of the Gunpla hobby into the States, where they're getting involved with, like, say, the Las Vegas F Formula One, for example. Like they actually have a sponsor. They actually have sponsored a team. I can't remember the name, but so what you're talking about is they made an online expo for us people in the States to order. So in Japan, you have these places called Gundam bases, and that's where they keep like the 1-to-1 scale Gundams at. So if you want to know what a Gundam really looks like, go to Japan, like Shizuoka, Yokohama, a few of those places. Well, inside it's like a pseudo museum / shop, and they have these special kits. They're only limited to those Gundam bases in Japan. So I could definitely understand the $2,500 because they pretty much released a large portion of their lineup into this special event for, like, it's like a once a year only thing. So, and I will admit I've purchased a few things myself, but definitely not $2,500 worth of stuff. Which is, but it's a cool site because they drop. So they have this thing called Premium Bandai where they'll make like limited run products that.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah, so they won't make it for regular production. So when you buy them, you'll get the kits in these monochrome looking boxes here to really show your friends that, hey, this is the real deal. I got that limited release stuff. So they're not that expensive either. I mean, they can be depending on what you get, but it's fun. They come out with some really cool, like, niche stuff. Like, I guess to your guys' equivalent, like, say maybe a paper panzer. I guess for lack of a better term, is they'll make something that's equivalent to a paper panzer as a kit. Whereas they won't feel it's like going to be popular enough in the regular market, so they put it in the limited side. So
Right.
that's pretty much a lot of my collecting's been for a while.
Yeah. Well, he's the guy who made the purchase. He's single. He's got he's an engineer by trade, so he's making a boatload of money. So he doesn't have anybody to bitch at him for dropping $2,500. So, I'm really wondering how, because I know when I said that, everybody in here kind of went, oh, and it's like, yeah, they're all married. And
Well, I'm pretty sure some of that stuff he'll probably try to turn that around to make some sort of a margin as well, because
I don't know, man. This guy builds like at a prolific rate. If we can get you to come to Madison, I'll introduce you.
yeah, I would. I've never attended a nationals before. It's just I would be interested for sure. I'm actually working with Jim Bates over at the Museum of Flight for Model Mania, so I help organize the Gundam display that we have over there. So we'll have even probably another Gundam seminar too as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll definitely try to keep my eyes on Madison. It's just it's in the air.
Well, when you make a decision, let me know, and I'll put you on the speaker list. You can do the seminar here.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
Hey, for once, it's not my dog is barking.
Sure. Could be mine. I don't think it's mine either.
I should just say to hell with it and 3D print all of these infantrymen. Good God.
Now, what is this for? What
All right. Well, I was going to keep it a secret because, with my schedule and my workload the way it is, there's no promises that I'll ever be able to actually get it done. But my project for the Overlord group build is going to be like a 3-foot by 3-foot diorama of an LCVP coming ashore with a full infantry platoon.
Oh, gotcha.
And then an LCM-3 coming along shore right next to it, dropping off some armor piece. And of course, there's going to be
all in 135 scale.
All in 135, yeah.
You got to do it, dude.
Well, that's why I'm doing all these little legs here. I've never been known for doing normal projects. Everything I do is always ridiculously off the scope.
What size base would you need for that?
I'm going to try to do it in as small a space as I can to make it believable, but I'm figuring probably somewhere around 3 foot by 3 foot.
Yeah.
But it's already got a home. I've already contacted a museum that was very happy to be willing to take ownership of it as soon as the show is over.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
what are you going to do for the armor piece? Do you know yet?
I have no idea. I got to kind of go through my research and figure out, who and what was coming ashore at D+1, D+2, D+3.
Right.
Because it's not going to be a D-Day scene. Just too much chaos, too much uncertainty, and the beaches were a lot better documented, in the days after the attack.
Right.
So hopefully I can find something. I got to help D-Ran too, because I got to research 155 units that were coming ashore.
Ooh, yeah, he was talking about that earlier. Yeah,
because he wants to
have the numbers right and all that kind of thing.
Yep, absolutely. Who's that? Is that me? That here's
whoever's metal plate in their head is messing up the
metal plate and microwave popcorn.
Yeah,
like you then, Jeff.
Could be.
Forget your name and you piss yourself.
Dude, come on now. We're not supposed to talk about that.
Oh, cousin Eddie.
It's an infantry thing, so.
So my plan for that is, you probably heard me talk about the C-47 and paratroopers.
Yep.
And so the kit comes with 9 paratroopers, and doing my little bit of research, they're like, well, each aircraft carried 20. A stick was 20.
Yep.
And so they're, oh well, shit, I need more guys. And so I had a buddy of mine hook me up with some more paratroopers, but if you're talking about, so I got to do 20 of the monogram 48 scale dudes, but out of the 20, there's only 3 poses, and I don't want to. I had to modify them. I don't want them all to look the same, and so priority is getting the aircraft done, and then from there I'll get into the figure work and cutting them up and reposing things. And
before you do that, there's a guy that I deal with who does 3D modeling, and he's been releasing figure sets as STLs, and I think he may have done paratroopers in 35th scale.
Right.
So I'll contact him, see if I can get my hands on the STLs. We scale them down to 48th and just run a bunch of them.
Hey, that'd be kick ass. My question to you is this, though. So looking around, I was like, I know I'd seen 48 scale paratroopers before, and CMK, I believe. Check it. But so they're all guys that have already landed. So
right. Yeah, you need guys that are pre-jump.
Yeah, any guys that are like this, like these figures here, have their gear and they're all suited up and ready to rock. And so that would be the sticking point there. Are they guys that are in combat, or are they guys that are getting ready to go?
Yeah, I'll drop him a line because
cool.
He's literally done hundreds and hundreds of figure sets.
Yeah.
And he has no interest in printing anything, and he sells the STLs. So, I mean, you can go on to cgtrader.com and just type in, U.S. Army paratrooper, U.S. Army infantry, German tank crew, British tank crew.
Yeah.
And he does the full sets. They're just the files. All you get is the files. And then you got to set up and do all the supports and whatnot. But, for $30-$40, you buy the files and, you're good to go.
Does he
What's
do
the name
any,
of that company?
The website is CG Trader,
Okay.
Charlie George Trader.com. And all it is, and you can find just about anything and everything there. Some guys, they do files and they're real cheap. Some guys you can buy a figure for an STL for a figure for $1 a piece.
Yeah.
Other guys want 75, 80. Some guys that are doing video game 3D models, they want $300-$400 a figure.
Wow.
But they're fully rigged and fully animated. So, you know.
Gotcha.
But just scroll through there. So if you find anything, send me the link, and I'll reach out to my guy and see if we can't set you up.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll pull one of the printers offline and we'll run the stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, that'll be cool. 10 more sets of legs.
So Jeff, does this guy do anything other than armor related figures?
He might. I'd have to go through his page and take a look.
Well, I can do that.
Yeah, drop me a line and I'll send you his links and stuff.
Right.
And we'll see what he can. And if he doesn't, then maybe I can, because I know companies like is it Red Oak or Reed Oak?
Yeah.
Reed Oak. That's what they're doing. You know, they're producing figures for the scale model market, but they're doing them all via 3D manipulation and 3D modeling.
Right.
And some of their stuff is just drop dead gorgeous. I mean, it's so crisp.
Yeah, this stuff is really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really like to be able to get some STLs so that I can manipulate them a little bit for specific poses that I need in cockpits.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm not real good at hacking up arms and legs and then making them look right when they go back together.
Yeah. Yeah. And the beauty of that is, especially with where they are now with these fully rigged models, is that you can actually like take the angles out of the ejection seat and stuff, take the measurements, and you can recreate the ejection seat and the cockpit of the model in scale, sit the 3D model and literally, like, you know, push down on his kneecaps and turn his ankles and, you know, move his elbows, because it's a fully articulated 3D figure. And then once you get it where you want it, you freeze it, you export it as an STL, and it becomes a solid file, and then you print it. And in theory, it should fit if all of your measurements and everything are accurate.
Right.
I've started messing with it. My skills are not quite there in terms of the animation software yet. So I'm kind of doing a hybrid where I am kind of manually manipulating stuff and then trying to get myself up to speed with the animation software. And I think once I get past that curve, it'll be easy. I'll be able to just about print anybody doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a bomber that I'm working on that the 4 crewmen that came with it don't fit very well because all 4 of them are essentially the pilot.
Right.
And even the pilot doesn't fit very well. And I was able to make them fit inside the cockpit, but it's a really close fit. And none of the guys actually, well, given the 70-second scale, it's no big deal. I mean, the guys aren't going to be very visible anyway. But the point is that it would have been nice, since it's a German aircraft, that I could have posed the one guy, you know, down on his knees in the tunnel shooting the tunnel gun. The one that's the bombardier, him, you know, down on his knees in a different pose,
right,
trying to make the bomb site work, and then the rear gunner actually holding the machine gun, as opposed to appearing that he's basically drinking something while he's watching airplane shoot at him.
Yeah. I think Kris just took a shot at you there.
How's that?
Read the chat.
Did I say STD? I'm in STL, obviously.
STL? Well, I mean, you did spend time in the Philippines, so you know.
No, I didn't do anything that was going to catch something there. I was able to get there, and I saw the line of sailors in medical, and I'm like, as I'm walking to the BOQ, and I'm asking the guy escort me, what the hell's going on with those guys? And he goes, oh, they all got the clap, sir. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, that's off limits for me.
Yeah, the pecker checker.
And I can't tell you how many times I had my own sailors would come back off liberty, and and they're like, oh, sir, unfortunately I got the clap. I'm like, dude, did you use protection? Oh, the first 3 times, yeah. Oh, sorry. This is a family show. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
I keep forgetting we're not on the podcast. You can edit this stuff out. Sorry about that.
Oops. That's funny right there.
Is that Whitey laughing?
Yeah, I'm laughing.
A little too close to home there, shipmate?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not this guy, no.
You're just a little too giddy about that comedy.
Well,
probably plenty of sailors that ran into that.
I never did any Westpac stuff, but we went to Panama enough to where, you had, first of all, sure Jeff's been there, done that too, or anyone else that's spent any time in the service. First thing we're gonna do is usher you on in, and everyone's gonna watch a video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scare you to death video, and
yeah.
What's always amazing is the number of sailors that walk out of there and they're like, well, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, we definitely had a few guys in Panama that, had a few down chits, put it that way.
Yeah. I remember one of those films, and one of my battles comes out, and he looks like he's white as a ghost. I said, dude, what's wrong? And he goes, man, that scared me more than aliens.
Because it's real. And we, and the other side to that, we had some guys that came home with wives from Panama.
Yeah.
They just loved you so much.
Yeah.
I guess that's one of the upsides of being in the infantry.
Hey, Tim, Chris Lovell's asking which STD you're looking for.
Yeah, we just covered that from.
I was just collecting my
5 minutes behind the curve.
Yeah, did you have your headphones on, listening to music or something?
No, I wasn't down there. Go upstairs.
You got a lag in his feed, man.
Big time.
Well, then I'll just go back to just sitting here.
Okay.
There you
Play
go.
the martyr. Play the martyr.
Dan just says thanks for saving me to have to explain the Hank. So
sorry. Oh man.
Sorry, Dan. Yep, family show there. Dan, glad you're here tonight, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what'd you guys think of the game? I know you. I haven't heard anybody say anything.
I don't know.
I get
I
get asked why the hell does it take you 16 hours to edit a podcast? I think you guys are finding out firsthand why.
Yeah, unfortunately, you did. You found out exactly why.
Yep.
Hey, now, that's not cool.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I checked on the game. It was 17-11 was the final.
Yep.
Yeah. Navy threatened at the end, but it wasn't enough. Because you can't threaten, you got to do.
They came close.
Well, I was telling my wife that the quarterback they brought out in the second half is who should have started the game.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, he was throwing, he was making receptions.
Yep.
And he was actually doing quite well in the second half and moving the ball, everything else. And it just, if they'd have started with him and with the kind of success he was having, he would have probably kind of, I don't want to say demoralized, but certainly demotivated the Army guys just a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. No argument from me. I was nervous there right up until the very end.
Kyle's asking, hey, are y'all going to do more of these over the holiday? I think so. I think it's, during our little holiday break, wintertime breaks.
Yeah, we're going to do this again.
At least once a month. Well, I don't know. Probably every other week we could do one.
Yeah, do another one in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It depends.
If the other pods want to jump in and do one, no.
We used to do with the miscreants. Geez, we were doing one literally every single night. And
that's a little much.
Well, it was always different people. It was always different people kind of sitting in and hosting it. But yeah, it got to be a little. It got to be a little much. But.
Well, we could do something like that with our Discord in our club, but because it's open 24/7, but it's not something that I wouldn't survive very long if I tried to do this every day, or even if I tried to do it every week. I think it'd start to kill me. Oh, look at that guy, Frill up there with his Phantom.
There you go.
Frill's talking, but I'm not hearing any sounds.
There you go, Kris. The Academy Phantom with furballs, decals for a VF 143. Should have it done here pretty soon, hopefully.
What are you thinking about the Academy kit? Because I just finished one and it fought me the whole way.
Yeah, it's not. Of course, it's not Tamiya,
Right.
But anybody have a decent chance with it, Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not a shake and bake Tamiya kit. You got to do a little sanding here and there and figure how to get things. But I mean, it's all right. It's a decent kit. Yeah, Mark, they're 143, VF 143, and they're made by Furball. It's a Bravo mid-killer sheet. I think this started out life as my March Madness build last year.
That one did?
I want to say it did. Yeah.
Wasn't it going to be your mid killer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Two birds with one stone, and that one's coming up on a year. Damn.
Damn, dude.
All right, somebody's got
all that noise.
out.
What?
Yeah, somebody's got the potato chip bag out.
That was me. I apologize. I was opening up some brushes. I thought that I had it muted.
Well, okay, brushes we can let it go. Potato chips, you got to have enough for everybody.
It's a bit late to be breaking bags now.
Breaking bags.
Yeah, Travis, that that seam on the intake is, it does take some time to, to get, blended in really good. But if you just take your time and just, dry fit a lot and
A lot.
And just keep sanding and
lot.
You'll eventually get to go in. Because I'm gonna do probably do intake covers for mine as well. Because the intake is just, you look down the intakes and you see how they're not like the best in the world. So
I think my only beef with that kit was having to put the main landing gear struts in place so early on. That's never fun. And then also, I mean, some people it doesn't matter one way or the other, but I know the instructions I built the Air Force version. And they had me putting in, because the kits come with all the different parts for the different versions. And they had me installing the instrument panel for Navy version into the Air Force C model. I was like, wait a minute, man, this don't look right. And so they had everything just kind of backwards, man. So, I mean, if minute details like that matter to you, that was the one thing that kept throwing me off. I had to go back to look at reference photos to keep it straight.
yeah, I will say that is a big plus. Like for instance, over here, let me switch my camera real quick. All right, so like right here with the triple ejector rack.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make it bigger here. What's this? I don't know how to make the screen. Oh, hold on. Hey, can you see that?
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So the triple ejector rack, the Phantom, it needs this adapter on the bottom here.
Yep.
And then that pylon goes onto there. But then Academy tells you, do not use when you're trying to, because the loadout that I'm doing, old boy had those on his. They're empty, but he had them on his inboard rack. And so if you not thinking about it, you don't think to put that on, and then you don't come to find out you need it.
Right.
There was something else too, like two here, like they are not very well at showing how these actuators or door braces they go on.
Yep.
And so you've got to like scour the internet trying to find a damn picture to line them up or get them close enough for government work.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't be bitching about the Academy F4 without saying that I actually did one and built it and finished it. So.
Oh wow, that looks nice, man.
I did the 161 Cagbird from Midway.
Nice.
So do you glue your stuff to a base?
No, I just try to be very, very careful.
Okay, I was gonna say, wow, you're really like whipping that thing around, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, this was the Academy kit. I decided to be a cheap bastard and go with that, and because I'm not really a quarter scale guy, I'm a 32nd scale guy.
I think if Tammy didn't come along with their F4s, then they, to me, are the better F4 than the Hasegawa F4.
Well, I bought this kit about I got this kit about 2 months or 3 months before the Zucamora F4 started coming out.
Oh yeah, see, I forgot about them guys too.
And it ended up being Darren and I had this conversation earlier this afternoon. It ended up being a shelf queen. A buddy of mine in our club passed away, so he donated his entire collection to the club, and we thought we would do a group build in his honor using kits from his collection.
Cool.
So we did a group build, and I took the Academy F4. Immediately went and got a whole bunch of aftermarket for it and stuff like that. I probably should have just banged it out right out of the box, and then it just started fighting me, and So it ended up being a shelf queen for a while, and then I felt bad about it and decided to finish it up. So
Oh, it looks nice, man.
thanks. For a armor and ship guy who doesn't do quarter scale, I was happy with it.
I forget the first ship guy.
Yeah, that's where
That's so odd. Being that you're a grunt and everything, man.
Yeah, I know. Well,
what scale ships do you like to mess with? I mean,
well, it depends entirely upon the subject matter.
gotcha. All right.
I pretty much standardize in 350th.
Yeah.
But like right now, like for nationals, we're doing a truck lagoon build. We've got 6 guys that are doing like a 24 by 30 base, and they're all modular, kind of like what the railroad guys do. So we're all doing a different section of truck lagoon in 44 just before Operation Hailstorm.
Wow.
Hailstone, not hailstorm. So that's going to be all done in 700 scale. And then there's some stuff that, ships that are just kind of, I really like them and they're near and dear to me. So I do those in 200 scale. So I got Mikasa, I've got Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
In 200 scale?
In 200 scale, yeah.
Who even makes those kits?
Oh, wow.
Trumpeter.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. And they're big. I mean, there's no.
Yeah.
They're the damn boxes are.
Shit.
Well, here's one sitting right here. And this is just a battle cruiser. This isn't even a battleship or a carrier.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, we're making up for other things. So.
Man.
He said.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's put it into perspective here. Here's a bottle of Alclad.
Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, what are we talking time wise, man? I know you're busy with your job and everything. So
yeah, but
they're like a 5-year project, probably, or what?
4-year plan.
Yeah, I'd say if I really dove into it and I try not to spread things out over years if I can avoid it, but that's probably a 1,000-hour project.
Jesus, wow, yeah.
And it's not even you can build a kit right out of the box in a weekend.
I built the 350 Enterprise from Tamiya, and that took me 2 years. And I added that white ensign. I think it's white ensign models.
Yeah, photo etch.
No, gold medal.
Gold medal models. Yeah.
Photo. I added all their photos.
Oh shit!
Did we lose them?
Nah, my bad. Sorry, Whitey.
What? Did you cut me off, man?
He muted you, dude.
Good.
There are nicer ways to say you've had enough.
Yeah, he blocked you.
I was trying to do a solo screen on him. I hit the accidentally hit move.
Yeah, so I did that 350. It's sitting up here. It was years ago that I did it, though. Probably back in around like 99, 2000 time frame.
Yep.
I would like to do another one, but now that those nicer kits out now, like the Trumpeter Nimitz, I believe, and the other 350 scale. First of all, the airplane sets that you can get from Trumpeter are a lot better than what comes in that kit.
Oh yeah.
And that was my plan a couple of years ago when those Trumpeter kits were coming out and all those airplane sets. I was like, I chucked the air wing because I was just going to redo the air wing using the Trumpeter ones and throw in a few military moves, and I just never got around to it again. So it sits up here on top of my shelf, and I actually have like beer cans sitting on it on the flight deck because the airplanes are gone. It's I did get rid of the airplanes. I should get back on it. I don't know. I
got a scratch built Essex class carrier that's like 90% finished.
Wow.
And I was in the process of finishing it and was fully motivated. And then Trumpeter came out with their Essex and 350th. And I said, you know what? Doesn't matter what I do. If I finish scratch building this, the first show that I take it to, somebody's going to ask me how the Trumpeter kit was. So
Yeah, man.
it's literally sat over there in primer for 25 years now.
Oh wow!
I can't bring myself to get rid of it, but
I mean, I would love to have a collection of all those World War II carriers just lined up. That, you know, the Essex and the U.S. ones and the Japanese together. That would be a heck of a display.
I think my ship project for the Nats, and I'm being overly ambitious because I probably won't get to it, but I picked up the model of the Taiho, the Japanese carrier. Looks a lot like she looks a lot like a British carrier, like an illustrious class, and late war.
Okay,
the
late war one, huh?
Yeah, she had a very short life. Archer, I think it was Archer Fish, put torpedoes into the side of her, and she kept chugging along, and then broken gas lines and shit, and gas vapor, avgas vapor filled the hangar deck, and then somebody lit a cigarette and blew the whole ship up. It's a sad story, really, when you think about it, because
well, you know, they put themselves there.
But,
Travis asked the question. He's like, you know, how common were wing takes on Navy J's? He said he's doing a 72 BF-92 Berg, and he's using the triple ejector racks. And he's like, it seems like they only use the centerline tanks with them fitted. And, you know, that could have been, too, because of when they loaded weapons on it or bombs. Like, maybe they would strike the outboard fuel tank. And that was just taking up another station that they could put bombs on, because they would hit a tanker anyway, most likely.
Yeah, I think it would be mission contingent.
Yeah, and so they would just.
Not that I know anything about it, but
well, no, it just makes sense that you know they would go hit a tanker. After they took off.
He talks about those actuators also.
Yeah,
they had him scratching his head. He says, "Now, if you look at that, I don't know what kind of reference photos you might have of Phantom landing gear, but that piece is actually there's a brake relief valve, and so one of those tubes coming up is just is a hydraulic relief line on F4s. If you ever get close to an F4 and look at the landing gear, you'll see that thing. It's just a line coming up in on the kit. Yeah, it does. It looks like an actuator, and you're like, where the hell does this thing even go to? But it's a relief line that sticks out. I think it's facing aft.
I think I did mine off. I got Bert Kinsey's Detail and Scale series on the F4s. I think I used whatever was in there to kind of just wing it.
Like on mine, I'm not worried about it too much because, you know, you're not going to see underneath it. So
true.
And no one probably knows that it was in there, you know, that they didn't use them if I don't say anything.
I'm the only guy that's probably ever going to see that model again anyway.
So there, Kris, what is it? What is what class of ship is that right there? The Yukazi.
That's a Yukikazi is a
is that a cruiser or something?
No,
like
it's a destroyer. It might be a Kagero class. No. Jeez, I'll have to look it up. I've got 6 of them over there on the shelf.
No way, really?
Oh yeah. Japanese destroyers are kind of my what do they call that? Evil pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it about them? Like, I know they do have a unique looking like bow structure.
Yeah, I like them because it is a Kagero. They're number one. They're easy to build, and the kits that are out there in 350th. I mean, you got Hasegawa, you got Tamaya, you got Fine Molds, a couple of other companies. There's a company called is it Blue Chrome or something like that. I got a couple of their kits. I think they might be other like high-end edition repops of other manufacturers' kits. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And what I like about them is that there's not a lot of top hamper, so it allows you to actually finish something in a reasonable amount of time, and it still looks cool. They're fast ships, but they're also monotone. You paint them gray with a linoleum deck or a steel deck, and you're done. No crazy camouflage schemes, no wooden decks to contend with.
Yeah.
So, from a modeling perspective, you can bang them out pretty quick.
D-Ran Eric Brewbreaker is asking how that Seahawk is coming.
That Seahawk is it's coming. I've got, as a matter of fact, I was showing it to Jeff a little bit earlier. All right, let me go get it real quick here off the shelf.
I didn't know you
I don't
were
want to
working
call
on
it
Seahawk.
Yeah,
It's the Kitty Hawk one, the Romeo.
I was going to throw them under the bus and say, there's only supposed to be one port under the windscreen, and you got two on that model.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's a conversation we had earlier.
Yeah, I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah, well, so here she is. This is going to be a not quick, unfortunately. This is one I'm taking a lot of time on, and I'll tell you the backstory on it here in a little bit. But
it looks great.
It's the Kitty Hawk boxing. There was a lot of fit issues that I had to work through. I think I threw that over on my blog about some of the fixes for inside. I do, it's really a beautiful kit, and I'm glad to see that they're coming back out. But so with my current job and what I do, I'm actually working on a contract for 13 of these for an international partner that I work with. And this will end up being a replica of the first one delivered when I get done. So it'll be glass cased and everything else. Is something I want for my shelf. Take my time with it. I would like to have it done by nationals. I just don't know if that's going to happen or not. The rotor head itself was the long pole in the tent at this point. It was the res kit resin rotor head, and it's all plumbed and wired, and of course this was a kit within itself, so it took a lot out of me. Once I got that completed, I kind of took a little break. So I've got it to the point I need to do the tail rotor as well, and then I can move on into the paint stage. So it's not too far away. I just need to get back after it. So I got a couple projects I'm going to finish first, and then I'll jump back on it. But thanks for asking. No, it's moved along. I think it's going to be fine. I should be able to get her done. I should be able to do it before Nats. We'll see.
I meant to ask you in our conversation that res kit rotor head, you could use that on the Academy kit too, right? On the S model.
I don't know. I think they might have a separate one. I don't know. I have to go over res kit and take a look. I'm not sure if they sell a separate one for the Sierra.
Yeah, because as I was talking to you about earlier there, I've got the Academy kit and was thinking about jumping on that sooner than later.
I'm not smart enough to know if the blade fold system is the same on the Sierra as it is on the Romeo.
Man, you think it is?
Yeah, you would think it's the same. I'm not smart enough on the aircraft systems wise to know.
Where's Samo when you need them, man?
Where's what?
Where's Samo when you need them, right?
Yeah, where is he?
Right. Scott is on vacay today with his family. He was up doing some stuff up in the DC area.
Nice.
So yeah, looking here, it does. Yeah, this has the res kit RSU 35-0013, and it's for the Bravo, the Foxtrot, the H, the R, and the S.
Okay.
In 35th scale.
So that's the one I need to get.
And it doesn't call Kitty Hawk or anything specific. So.
Okay.
And it's $32. It's not like they're expensive, and the detailing on it is just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, when you were showing me the photos earlier of it, I was like, yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, they're really it's really good stuff. Hey Rick, I was going back through. I thought I saw a post that you had made the other day about some new paints that you had gotten in from AK. Was it inks or a new line of color paints they had sent in? I meant to ask you about that earlier.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, they came out with inks. I know inks aren't necessarily a brand new thing. Bigger painters for sure have been using them for a while now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got them about almost 2 weeks ago now, and I've been playing with them. And I don't know if you guys have experience with inks at all, but boy,
I don't. That's why I'm so interested.
They are, trying to figure out like a reference point. Okay, so you have your enamels, your acrylics, your oils, things that we're familiar with. These are a separate category again, but they have traits of the other mediums. So they are somewhat transparent in nature. Well, they are transparent in nature, let's put it that way. But they're highly pigmented. And I know that doesn't make sense, but you could color shift with these things like crazy and still allow whatever's underneath it to show through. It's, let's see. I've been playing with this little guy right now. I don't know. Let me see if I can switch cameras here. I got to figure out how to do this. Hang on. I'm getting there.
Just hearing that quick description makes me think of F-30 and F-22 games.
So this little guy right here, I just went down to the games store because I just wanted to play with the inks, and that vibrancy of color is coming through because of the inks. And now this part down here, making this kind of sludgy swamp scene, I'm messing with the inks on those in terms of the like still water and that kind of stuff in order to tint those as well. But it's, the little figures I'm working on right now, these guys.
Oh man, those are gorgeous.
So those guys all have inks incorporated with them as well. So they are, I'm still trying to figure out how they work within my process, but they will certainly be part of my process. They are amazing.
Yep.
So if I'm gathering, it's like use them as a filter then over like a base color. Does it just make the browns of the jacket? Does it just make it pop more or?
Yeah, I think that would be probably the simplest way to describe them. Again, I'm coming at these cold. I have no idea how traditionally they've been used. I think it was yesterday, maybe this morning, I was watching some YouTube videos about inks because it's like, okay, what about, and that's kind of the way I approach when I get new products. Oftentimes they'll come to me cold and I have no idea exactly what they, the purpose is, what they're supposed to do. Let me see if I can switch cameras here. So I have really no idea exactly. I understand the intention. So, it would say like, hey, war game enamels or something like that. So I understand what the market's niche is supposed to go. But a lot of what I do is test drive these things and figure out different applications and how they can be used in all sorts of different settings. So the inks, I had really had no experience with inks before. So I started using them as a wash. And then I started to use them as a pin wash, and kind of started, in maybe a broad way, and dropping them down into like that narrow way, the pin wash and things like that. Then the filters, and then I was looking at a video, like I said, this morning, I think it was, and I watched people airbrushing them, and I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that one, but I need to try that as well, see what that application looks like. But I'm pretty impressed. I think they're a really, really nice tool.
So when you're airbrushing, I know being ink, I'm sure they're fairly thin already, but if you had to cut them with something, what would be the medium to cut those with? Is it acrylic ink? So
yeah, they're
water,
acrylics. Yeah, they're acrylics. So my guess is, if it was, because I haven't tried it yet, if I went through an airbrush, I wouldn't have to cut it with anything. Because it's just so thin. When I've been working with these as filters and panel liners and things like that, I've been just cutting it with water, just to kind of get them to zip through the panel lines and such.
Yeah, I see that little green goblin there on your Facebook page now. Yeah, he's really cool looking. That green is really vibrant.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to be able to get a chance to play with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
When I was building the Eagle, I used the Liquitex inks fairly extensively. So they were part of how I was doing that pre-painting modeling that I do. So I was using inks for there because they're super thin, they're tough, but the white isn't transparent because it needs that pigment density, but a lot of the other colors are transparent, so you can put color down without massively color shifting your paint below. But then I was also using them to like that expensive natural metal section towards the back of the aircraft.
Yep.
Where it's not a straight natural metal, it's slightly heat weathered it to varying degrees in varying places, and so by using different inks, you can just put down like you're describing, that very subtle filter effect. It goes down very slow, so you can build it up and control it really nicely. I've used it on the Tomcat to sort of weather the underside of the engine nacelles there, where you kind of get that creeping grease and fluid effect that kind of kicks them into a bit of an umber tone.
The oranges and
so I started using them on the Tomcat build, and I keep finding new ways to use them. Almost every, like right now I'm doing leather padding in this spots on the cockpit, just putting down leather brown acrylic and then using raw umber, burnt umber, and black to just build up layers of the color without it affecting or sort of giving that transparent layering effect that leather kind of has.
Yeah. So let me ask you couple of different questions, Kris.
Yep.
Well, first we'll go to leather. That was the last thing you talked about. So these little guys I'm working on right now, they both have leather jackets on.
That's the first thing I noticed.
Yeah. So that's what I did, was put down those base colors, your basic, highlights and shadows, and just started giving them washes of this burnt sienna, and I forget what the colors actually are. There's a box of them sitting here. And it just color shifted those so nicely to get that leather effect. But the question I wanted to ask you, Kris, was, are you applying your colors via airbrush when you're talking about like on the heat effects and undercarriage, or are you doing it with brush, or combinations?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. Okay. If I want sort of a large filter effect, then airbrush. Like when you're looking at a 148 scale Tomcat, there is enough area that it made sense to do that. But then other areas I'll use brush, and I'll almost streak it like an oil, or I'll stipple it with an artist stippling brush.
Yeah.
So I'm using Liquitex, so I cut the Liquitex with X28 thinner from Tamiya. Or you can also I've also used alcohols, but the X28 I think has some some chemical agents that break surface tension a little better.
Yeah.
And so it allows you to sort of open the surface of the model a little better, and so you can stipple and work it, and then as the thinner dries off, you can continue to refine it. As soon as you like what you see, you can hit it with a hairdryer, and it dries off in like 2 minutes. So I'm finding there's a lot of things I used to do with oils that, and then you do it with oil, then you kind of sit there and wait for it to dry off. That you can achieve some of the same things with the inks, and it dries in minutes, and then you're off to the next thing. So
yeah, so you just described what I was trying to explain at the beginning. It's its own little niche, but it takes a little bit of everything. So you've got this workability of oils and enamels, and this fast drying time of acrylics, and you can play with it for transparency purposes. It's a really a pretty cool tool.
Yeah, I didn't think about the using it for the orange staining. I mean, that's typical engine oil staining, or even the reds of hydraulic fluid staining on the grays, which would be real subtle. And then again, the purples and the blues and the heat staining.
Yep.
So you're saying you can really control that a lot better than you can with I remember using pastels back in the day to try and replicate that, but it was very hard to control, if you will, because you get just way too much on there.
Way more control, and way more intensity of color. So when you talk about those fluid stains on a Tomcat, especially one that's been well used, like there's actually a fair bit of intensity to that staining. Like it's not really subtle in some cases, and so with the inks you can really 100% control how intense you want that staining to be, and because most inks are transparent, you're not obscuring anything that's underneath it.
Yeah.
Right. So if you've got other effects, the typical wear and tear and touch of paint and other streaks and stains that you would have on there, you can spray this over top of it, and it obscures none of that. Right. So that's where you get again this density of layering different effects without losing them. And I've ever since I found out, I've just been in love with using them.
Well, let me ask you both this: have you found if you go too far with it, can you dial it back like you can like with an oil and over, like oils over acrylics? Can you dial it back with something like in this case, I would use an odorless terpenoid or something just to kind of clean it and dial it back. Can you go back if you've taken the inks too far? Have y'all experimented with that at all?
I'm the novice here.
Is that right?
Well, I've only been playing with them for 2 weeks or less.
Yeah.
So for me, just in terms of experimenting, I will always thin them out before I apply them.
I got
so that's just on my wet palette, and put a couple of drops of water in there just to kind of thin them out and sneak up on my effects as such.
I got you.
I also, and this is part of my kind of after the fact research, I started playing with I never, in my modeling, I never add any sort of gloss coats or any sort of oversprays, but I did start playing with a little bit of satin coat just to see how that would help them move around a little bit more. And it does. And I don't know about Liquitex, but in terms of these AK inks, once they set, they're set. You're not going to be able to pull them off. Yeah. So that's why I kind of started sneaking up on things.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I know. And to the gloss coat, I'm not really a gloss coat guy either. And obviously, I use more oils, and oils absolutely need a satin or matte finish in order to grab a hold and work. It's just I just find out if it's a gloss coat, I'm pushing stuff around and it's not really going where I want it to go and do what I want it to do. Just
right, and that's my
surface tension. It just slides around.
Yeah, and you've seen my work. I work with oils all the time. It's always on matte coats, and I don't gloss or top coat anything. And but I wanted to see what the difference was, and quite frankly, I probably won't satin or gloss coat anything from this point forward, but I wanted to be able to experiment with it to be able to see, what the difference is. But I don't think you need it. You just have to be, like I think Kris was saying, you have some time there. You have a minute or two in order to kind of move them around a little bit and get rid of those. They don't even make tide marks. It's just,
Really?
as he said, refinements.
Okay. Yeah, what I found in using them is that what they can do that you can't come back from is they can, if you've got a semi-gloss or a matte coat, whether it's your paint or whether you've put a varnish down, is they will stain that.
Right.
And now I use thinners to almost like a sludge wash. I'll sometimes put the inks down, stipple them off, and then I'll actually, for certain effects, I'll actually then remove 90% of it. And for that, I'll use like a matte coat that I've sanded with 8,000 grit paper, so that like 90% of the surface is kind of smooth enough to resist, but then you get little pockets here and there that grab onto the ink. And so when I clean it back off, 90% of it comes clean, and then you get this little spattering of stuff that doesn't. But if you put it down on a matte coat and you let it sit and you let it lock up, like Rick was saying, like it's in there, right? And I've actually, just for the spots, I've used inks just because I didn't want to deal with the dry time of oil, so I've used inks as a wash in the main gear bay, and the Gunze paint was gloss. And even now, an hour later, I can come back with X28 and a brush, and I can clean off little bits of it. So on the gloss, it's not really grabbing in much at all.
Right.
But if this were matte, then I would be looking at something that is permanently affected. So, and you can use that to your advantage. When I did the eagle, I actually painted the Hinamarus in a gloss red because I knew it was going to stain the surface surrounding afterwards, and I didn't want the red to get stained because I tend to keep those very, very clean. And by keeping that gloss, when it came to cleaning the surface off, it came right off the gloss, but it dug into the grays all around it.
And this is why Kris is a better modeler than I am, because he sands his surfaces and gets them down to 800 grit and has little pockets of this and that, and knows
8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
That's the thing. When you work in 172, like your surface is everything. I don't know how many 172nd scale, or whether it's armor or whether it's aircraft or whatever, and you think, wow, what a fantastic looking model from 3 feet away, and then you get close and you realize, like, it's just like, the water at the beach, just off the water's edge, right? And it's all just kind of rippled all the way along. I've always been super crazy about sanding my surfaces and trying to keep everything as smooth as possible on that scale. But again, like I was doing that for effect, right? So that and it's all just about taking tools and taking techniques and bringing them together and, to do different things. And like inks are just gonna be another thing that I think, and they're not new. Like I know guys like Will Patterson have been using them for washes for a while. And even I remember that even, I think from 20 years ago, there was people mixing Future and inks and dish detergent, I think, to break the surface tension and using that as a wash. So they're not new, but it's taken a long time, I think, for them to sort of creep into the overall consciousness of the modelers.
It's always something.
I was talking to Darren earlier today, and I have always been the world's worst figure painter. I mean, I can paint, uniforms and stuff like that, weapons. But the minute I paint a face, it looks like freaking either Gumby or Mr. Bill from Saturday Night Live. And so a while back, I was down with an injury, and I was kind of sequestered. And I said, okay, I'm gonna figure out how to do this with my own system that works. Because I've tried everything. I've tried oils and I've tried acrylics, and so I brought out everything that I had, and inks were part of it. And I stumbled upon using inks through an airbrush, and literally my figure painting process now is down to about 5 steps for a face. And it comes out looking 100 times better than I've ever had them look before. And it can be mass produced. So I base coat. I literally go in and I paint the shadows with a darker color, and then spray the whole thing with a lighter coat of the base color to kind of knock down the contrast, and then I hit it with a little bit of a sepia ink tone, and the opacity of the ink, and I thin it out to kind of make it like a very weak intensity. And like Rick said, I work up to it in layers because the stuff is so thin. You're not building it up and gunking it up. It doesn't. Your figures don't look like Tammy Faye Baker when you're done. And for me at least, am I going to compete with the folks that we see at MFCA or anything like that? Absolutely not in a million years. But for me, it's better than I've ever been able to do. And I'm not embarrassed to put figures in my models anymore because it's respectable. But the best part is that I can mass produce these, glue a bunch of hornet heads to a piece of styrene, and just literally mass produce 25 or 30 heads in an hour or two.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I like everything that I'm hearing, and I think I'm gonna have to get a hold of some of those and give it a shot.
Do you have
I want to start adding some figures. That Whitey's really big about adding figures to his, and he's very respectful with his figure painting. But
Yeah.
to the base sitting next to the aircraft order, I really like with this long tom to be able to put an artillery crew, like we had talked earlier, Jeff.
Yep.
Unloading the truck there on the beach, or or something, and
Right.
but just to have a couple of figures standing around it.
It puts it all into context, and it gives you the model a sense of proportion and scale, and
so I think
it gives it some environmental,
Yeah, I need to just get my hands on some and start messing with it. I guess we talked about that with the Gundams, right?
Yep.
And that is you don't know about it until you get it. You start messing with it and build it. So,
do you have a gaming shop nearby?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
The Citadel makes a line of inks.
Yeah.
And they do like a whole series of inks for flesh tones and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, yep.
It might be they're probably not the greatest but it might be a good primer to get started.
But they actually call them filters, though.
Do they now?
Yeah, I believe they're calling it like flesh filter or this different colors, if I'm not mistaken.
But that just might be a marketing term. I think you probably do basically the same thing. Or go to your art store, like we're talking about before, get Liquitex, from Blick or wherever it might be.
Yeah.
I think even Hobby Lobby carries them.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've looked at them. I've thought about them, and then I said, "Oh hell no!" and I put it back because I've got too many other things I'm trying to figure out first. But
but like Rick was alluding to, the intensity of the color, the chroma of the color, you can bring out the fidelity of a color, amazingly well with the inks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I was on with a bunch of guys, I guess it was last weekend or whenever it was, when I first started playing with these things, and I was just like, I was so excited. It's like, look at what you could do with these.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
It takes a lot for me to kind of decide that, this is really, really cool, and keep pushing with them and pushing with them and pushing with them. And that's, you guys have probably all had the same thing. You've got your arrows in your quiver that you always go back to. So it's really hard to take an arrow out and put something else in there because you only have so much
we like
room.
our comfort zone, don't we?
Yeah. And these are exciting enough that I'm really trying to figure out and get comfortable enough that these will be part of my, regular methodology going forward, because they allow some expression that I can't get in any other way so far.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the first thing that jumped out to me was those leather jackets.
Yep.
That's leather, right? That is absolutely leather when you look at it. And then now, did you use it on the flesh tones as well for the faces?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where are we? Let me see if I can move my camera again. Sorry.
Yeah, the leather on those jackets is just.
There we go.
Yeah, look at the greens on the pants.
Yep.
And so this has a green wash on it, basically from one of those inks.
Uh-huh.
The leather jackets have a couple of different layers. They have a sepia color, as we were talking about. They have, what else do they have? They have a red tone. There's what's it called?
Red ochre or burnt sienna.
No, it's, I'm just trying to figure out, a wood brown is what they call it.
Wood brown, yeah.
Wook grain.
Wood grain, wood brown.
No. Yeah, you got to see this. You're gonna
It's
love
all
this.
Wookiee. But, I'm not one to get hung up on the names of the colors. It's the color inside the bottle. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, those are gorgeous. All right,
But they add some richness. They add some richness.
I'm sold. I gotta get some, start playing around.
Yeah, they're fun.
Time to start learning something new. I've got a dry wet palette up here. I need to break it out and start playing with it. Get me some ink.
That's another game changer for sure.
You could double it up and try it on that Gundam kit you got there, D-Ran.
There you
I
go.
certainly can. I certainly can. Yep. Certainly. Because David Mason, he says the faces of his figures look like Muppets. That's my biggest fear, is the googly eyes. And that's the one thing I noticed about those figures there that Rick just showed us, was the eyes themselves. It looks like those eyes are just done with a wash. It's not much in there. And that's really all you need in that scale.
Yeah,
I couldn't do any of the large scale stuff.
Yeah.
Big time googly eyes for me.
Figures and faces are still the bane of my existence, but I keep trying.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. This is going to disappoint me.
Look, I'm not a figure guy, and what do? I jump off the deep end. This is something else I really wanted to do for Overlord, and I picked this bad boy up.
Oh, that's a beautiful model. I've been looking at that it's been out for a few years, right?
No, I don't know. I just this one came up on Mitchell's Military Models here a couple weekends ago, actually it's been months now.
There might have been a Luftwaffe guy that was jumping out of a plane, but I've seen something similar. But yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, this is the 101st Airborne guy, so it's perfect for the Overlord build. And so I'm trying to build up the nerve. I think I could do all the aircraft pieces around it, the metal and all that stuff. And actually, I'm not too worried about the uniform and doing those painting. It's getting to the face that's scaring the living shit out of me, to be honest.
So when you guys do figures, do you start with the face or do you leave that to the end?
I don't do figures, so I couldn't tell you. No, I've practiced on a couple of 35th scale guys, and I didn't even touch the face. I was just really worried about trying to get the shadows and the clothing right. You know, like all the light coming from the right direction, all that jazz. The clothing is what I was worried about. Here again, Rick, I'm scared to death of the face pieces, so I just tend to stay away from that area.
Yeah.
Who needs a face, right?
Yeah.
I all of my figures I use 3D, either 3D printed or Hornet heads. So I paint the whole figure and get it to the point where I like it, and then if the head comes out okay, I stick it on the figure and I move on.
Yeah.
I've ruined too many really well painted uniforms and boots and stuff like that, and then ruined it with the face, and they look horrible. So now I just kind of I get the Dremel tool. There's the standard bit that that sets the hole for the Hornet head, and I drill the hole, and then if the face doesn't, or if the head doesn't work out, then I strip it and start over again. And when I finally get the head where I want it, it gets stuck on the figure, and then I move on to the next one. At least until I get enough confidence in my abilities to kind of.
I do the same thing, only opposite. I start with the face, and once I have that nailed, the rest of it just comes easy.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But it's not like the face comes easy. It's just like, and I'm not great at it. I'm just like, that's where I start because.
No, I see guys like, I guess like I've watched Calvin Tan and some of his work, and I look at it and I think, how, what is he? And then I watch his videos and I try to replicate what he does step by step, and it just never comes out looking the same. I don't know. He's got a magic paintbrush or something, but
I had the last year at World Model Expo. So Calvin was there, so was Taesung from Alpine, and so we spent some time going through the competition room together, the three of us, and listening to those guys talk. I'm just standing there, just listening to them critique figures and models and painting and everything else, and you just learn so much from these guys as how they perceive, as we've been talking about before, how colors laid down, the smoothness of the finish, the color choices that were made, the light and the shadow, the OPL, it's just like, oh my goodness, that was just a wonderful experience just to be able to be there next to him. And I'm sitting there next to Calvin and I'm like, can you just kind of keep rubbing up against me so I can get some of your techniques just kind of
osmosis.
Yeah, through osmosis. He's like, well, I can't make a diorama, so we'll be even. So it's like, yes, you can, buddy. I've seen your work.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. One of the things that I found, I did buy it at a garage sale. Somebody mentioned that earlier. There was a book that was printed probably in the early '80s on color theory. And it was directed specifically at figure modelers, but they were always using oils and whatnot. And I always looked at it and said, yeah, okay, it's way too complicated for what I'm trying to do. I guess about 5 years ago, I sat down and actually read it and tried to comprehend it. And it's amazing that, when we think about, we always think about, you do a highlight color, it's that base color plus white. Or if it's a shadow color, it's that base color and, black or dark gray or whatever it is. And there are guys out there that are highlighting in yellow and, they're doing shadows in blue. And once you start kind of trying to grasp all of that, it really changes the whole spectrum, no pun intended.
Well, it definitely does. So 2 points. I don't know if you remember this. You can go back onto Calvin's blog space. This is some years ago, like between 5 and maybe 7 years ago, something like that. He made a conscious effort to kind of explore color for light and shadow and shading and highlight colors and stuff like that. Was pushing the purples, the blues for the shadows and the yellows for the highlights and things like that. And there was certainly, when you looked at his work up to that point, and then when he started doing that work, there was, I think aesthetically, at least in my eye, a letdown because he didn't have it figured out yet.
Right.
So it just looked awkward, a little bit clunky. But now, fast forward to now, he's taken all that knowledge and those figures he's pushing out now have all that knowledge into it now. So you watch those, you take a look at his shadows, for instance. There are so many colors in those shadows. There's purples, there's blues, there's, it's not just adding black to green to make a green shadow. It's all these other colors in there. And, that's something that I really, really admire about the figure painter guys, because they are pushing, or they're showing that part of how we can paint our models. And it doesn't have to be figures. It could be everything. We can add reds and yellows and purples and whatever to our airplanes or tanks or whatever it might be to get those shadows and push these different vibrancies here and there. It's not just about, have your bare metal finish. Well, it doesn't have to be 4 different colors of aluminum. Let's add some little purple in there. Let's add a little blue in there. Let's add a little yellow in there and see where that goes.
Yeah. That book series, I think maybe Meg put it out or somebody put out. The one that Diego Quintoya?
Yeah.
Put, he had he appreciated a Focke-Wulf 190 in blues and purples and different shades of grays. And then put the lighter camouflage coats over the top of it. That for me was kind of revolutionary. It kind of set a light bulb off in my head, because I'd always done pre-shading and stuff like that with just a dark gray, whatever dark gray was on the bench, and then you put your base coat down over the top. But when he started using purples and blues in that article or in that book, it really kind of triggered something in my brain, and I was like, I got to try that. And now I do that on just about everything.
Yeah, actually. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said I try to, at least.
No, I was gonna say I actually tried that same sort of philosophy on this current build I'm working on, and I gotta say it really makes a difference than shading with black or gray.
We should be putting a price tag on this and turning it into a master's class. Not that I'm professing to be anything close, but a lot of good information being thrown around out here.
It's a lot of good bullshit. Oh, did I say that on TV?
Oh, see, now we got to bleep you again.
There goes the PG rating.
Yeah.
We can TV show.
We're past 2 hours. We can do that now.
Oh, there you go.
That's right.
See, I know how this works.
What you said is true, though. I mean, it's really one of the most amazing things about our hobby right now is, so often in human history, learning has come from having somebody who's a master, and they would have students, and that it was always very top-down type of thing.
Yep.
And look how much lateral education and learning there is in our hobby.
Yeah.
Right? People who, don't see themselves as anything but somebody who's there to enjoy the hobby, and they stumble across techniques, or they manage to grasp a technique in a specific way, and then it just filters laterally through the hobby, and it's just not a model that existed much really before social media came along.
Right.
Which I know there's been a lot of talk about sort of where the hobby's at and where it's going in terms of innovation and learning and stuff. And, it's a very small and subtle thing, but I think that's one of the ways that the hobby has innovated in the last 5 to 10 years, even though I've only been in it for 5 myself, is that
Wait a minute. 5 years? You've been doing this for 5 years?
Yeah.
It's been 5 years since I came back to the hobby. Yeah.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
God damn it. Can I cuss again real quick?
Then we go to PG-13.
Do it in your elbow.
I'm cussing like you read about internally right now. So
yeah.
Goodness. Okay, keep going, Kris.
But
You're not
I think part of that is when I came back, when I left, it was right when the Spanish school was starting, and I didn't know any of the names, but in retrospect, I recognized some of the work. And when I came back, there's people I gravitated to immediately, like Meg Jimenez and Michael Rinaldi and so on and so forth. And I was pointed to those people. But with social media, like the algorithms very quickly push you to other people, and suddenly there was all kinds of people who weren't in books, who weren't in videos, who weren't in, winning contests and stuff like that. But suddenly I was seeing their work and going, oh, I like that. I want to emulate that. And 99% of the time you'd send them a note, say like, how'd you do that? And you'd get a very detailed answer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I don't think and then now since then I've sort of tapered off social media, and I've tried to strike out and find things on my own because that's my personality. But I don't think I would have got where I am today were it not for that broad lateral exchange of information that social media enabled.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was having this conversation earlier today with a couple of people, back in my day, in the early whatevers, it was the start of social media. So it was Missing Links and Planet Armor. That's where I got my fixes from folks. And you hear the podcast now, and we all kind of talk about that in that nostalgic kind of way, because that was our only outlet. Now, of course, like you say, Kris, we can do this amongst ourselves, like in groups like this, and kudos, you guys are streaming this out on YouTube right now. So who knows how many? I don't know. I can't see the algorithm here. I don't know how many people are watching this crap that we're speculating about here right now. But if someone's interested, this is a conversation they might be interested in. But even today, I was on a chat like this with TJ Haller, who I really admire the way that he's painting his figures in a way he does it right now. It's quick, it's easy, it seems very painless. And so we sat there and he talked me through it. It's like, okay, cool. Now I have a little bit more in my, it's really cool.
I think that, even
speaking of TJ,
yeah,
where the hell is he at?
Yeah, where is that dude?
Well, I'm going to find out.
Sorry, TJ.
One of the, yeah, there you go.
He's just trying to have a nice, quiet Saturday night at home, but now Darren's gonna come.
I stumbled. I something I've been doing for years, for decades. Does this look familiar to anybody?
Is that a
feeler gauge? What is that? A feeler gauge?
It's a feeler gauge for spark
That's where
plug.
that damn thing went. Hell yeah, it looks familiar to me. I lost
So
that thing
so
10
what
years
I
ago.
what I do is I go and I buy a feeler gauge, and I take the really this one is missing all of the really thin ones, but I take the real small thin gap gauges. You slide that in between two pieces of plastic on a fuselage or a wing, and then you put your Tamiya thin cement on the metal, and capillary action wicks it down. You put it on both sides, you squeeze it, you pull it out, perfect seam, no spillage, no mess, no nothing. I've been doing that for forever and ever. And a very good friend of mine who is a very prolific modeler saw me do that, and he said, I never ever thought of that, and now he does it. And he thanks me for teaching him how to do this. And I'm like, dude, it's not that big a deal. It's, and he said, but it is to me. And I'm like, okay, well, have at it. I think what it boils down to is that no matter how good we are, or how good we think we are, there's always something that we can learn from somebody else.
Oh, absolutely.
And if it's something as simple as a spark plug feeler gauge, I mean, most of us older guys have 2 or 3 of them in our toolboxes in the garage that we never use because all the spark plugs come pre-gap now.
Yeah, unless you got a 69 CJ5, then you're out there with setting gaps on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's what I do with that and adjusting points on the Camaro. So yeah, I'm right there with you.
I had to do that on my Charger. Yeah, I had to set my gaps. All 16 of them.
But that's just one of those little things that you kind of, keep in the back of your head that maybe somebody else can can use it and take advantage of it. It's kind of the part of the hobby that I love doing. Somebody will see something that you do, or you see something that somebody else does, and you apply it and it works, and it makes your life easier or more entertaining, or as our good buddy Steve Munzel says, it puts the fun back in modeling.
Modeling's supposed to be fun?
Yeah, I guess.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's not fun, I quit.
Well, my wife told me that I needed another hobby, and she suggested that I take up golf. So I took up golf, and the first thing I did was put a golf ball through the windshield of a Cadillac. That cost me like my entire kit budget for the year. So I said, to hell with it. I'm going back to model building. I'm just not going to bitch about it.
Yeah, golf is a very easy way to throw away money.
And anger. God, I'm already an angry person as it is, man.
Famous strippers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she said she loved me.
Yeah. I avoid that. I like half my stuff.
One of the things I found in the last year or so is 3D printer needles, 3D printer cleaning needles, which I think are actually like acupuncture needles.
Okay.
But they come in a variety of diameters.
You mean for the filament printers?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a 3D guy.
Okay.
But
gotta be.
Yeah.
You get them on Amazon, 0.3, 0.35, 0.2, right down to 0.1 or 0.15 millimeters.
Are they airbrush needles?
Sorry?
Can you use them as airbrush needles?
No, because they've got they're all coiled at the end.
Oh, well, that's why God invented Dremel tools with cutoff wheels, man.
Well, yeah, but then they're kind of short. I don't think they'll be long enough.
Okay.
But like I use all the different sizes. If I'm cutting like brass microtubing, right, to prevent any kind of crush on the inside, if I'm doing telescoping work, is I'll slide one of those in because they're steel.
Yep.
And I'll just roll with the knife blade, and I mean the fit's never perfect, but it's a lot better than if you had nothing in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I when I was working on the Eagle, I had some decals that had silvered a little bit, and I'm like, all right. But then I took one of the 0.15 or 0.2s, super fine point on them, and just gently tap all over the silvered area. So it created all these little micro holes, flooded it with some setting solution again, and just watched all that air underneath disappear.
Nice.
Right? A few other spots did a little bit more, totally gone.
Darren, you hearing this?
And there's just so many things that I'm doing that, oh wait, I can just use a little needle for that. And they're pretty cheap, so if one gets buggered up, you just throw it away.
Get a new one.
You know, when I'm doing my ink pre-modeling stuff, if I get a little fiber on the surface that sort of gets caught in with the ink, while it's still wet, I just take the finest one and I just kind of like almost spring load it on the surface and just go ping and watch that fiber disappear. And
I have that problem, but it's called dog hair.
But again, like you pick up this thing and you almost try it on a whim, right? It's just like, oh, what the hell? Let's see what it does. And no sooner do you find one use for it than you're finding two, then you're finding 4 and 5, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
I got my hands on a bunch of acupuncture needles years ago, and I was using them for everything. I made the mistake of using one for an antenna on an armor piece, and I remember somebody like leaning over and it damn near stuck them in the eye. And I was like, okay, I think I'm going to go back to stretch sprue.
I know, guys, there's people in Japan years ago when I used to be into 1/43rd scale race cars. they would use them for, again, varying varying diameters. They would actually use them as cut them off, use them as steel rods, use them as antennas, use them as all kinds of different things.
Wheel spokes.
We probably, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, when I saw these cleaner needles, I thought, well, those actually look a lot like what I was seeing that guy using however long ago, or they use insect pins. That's another one that I remember seeing them use. There's those pins that you drive through
the
through
bugs.
an insect for its collection.
I'm looking at my bench, seeing if I've got anything else that's like really common sense beyond the gap gauge, but nah, the gap gauge is all I got. That's my 30 seconds of fame.
Excuse me.
I hate doing canopies in 72 scale without a mask.
I don't know about these Italeri figures, man. I'm putting the torsos on the legs, and they all got Betty Grable figures here.
Yeah.
Of course, most of these guys were, 20 years old and 120 pounds soaking wet. So
Yeah, I was going to say you're probably talking a bunch of guys that were young.
we were all young and stupid once.
Absolutely.
No,
Some of us just got older. Yeah, Italeri doesn't give you very good instruction. They give you one sheet. So they give you all the random parts. They give you the arms and the legs and whatnot, and then they tell you that you can just kind of mix and match and Garanimal all of these figures together. But what they don't tell you is that some legs are longer than the other, and some torsos are longer than the other, and some of these legs are cut off at the waist, and some are cut off at the belt line. And I'm just realizing that as I've got two figures that are 5'4" and two figures that are 6'8". Oops.
Or one guy's walking around with the 30-degree list, or
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we call him lean.
Enzo. He only goes in circles.
Yeah. God, I should just 3D print these and be done with it.
Here's the fun in that.
Yeah, I know, but God, I got to make like 30 of them.
Well, that's twice you said it.
I
I
know.
think when you hit 3, then it just becomes a rule.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I'll keep my mouth shut until then. But hey, if nothing else, hopefully you'll be able to see this at the Nationals.
Oh, man.
I might actually get this thing done.
No, you won't.
Yeah, probably not. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to pull an all-nighter like I used to back in Brunswick.
I don't know how long I'm gonna go, man. I'm waiting on. I just glue those canopies in place.
No,
I have to let those dry before I stop manipulating that around. I still have to mask off the exhaust pipes as well.
So this thing goes to like what, 3 o'clock on Monday?
No, 3 o'clock on Sunday, I believe. Right?
9 o'clock Sunday.
9 p.m. 2100.
Yep. Yep.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, fine.
But remember, the goal is not to finish. The goal is to do exactly what we're doing right now. And that's enjoy good times with good friends and just talk models and melt plastic and have fun.
Amen.
That's the goal.
That's been accomplished.
Yeah.
That's right. That is right. We are doing exactly what I was hoping this would do.
You know, and sitting here listening to Rick and Lufty go at it and house on their knowledge. I mean, those out there listening, they're getting a real massive class right now tonight too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm certainly
You ain't
getting
getting nothing from me.
Well, there goes my ego.
It's like, Jesus Christ. All I got you guys is demonetized.
We have to be monetized to get demonetized.
Yeah.
Well, I should have let him rip earlier on.
Even if we were monetized to this rate, we'd be getting like $1.52. That's a
Canadian.
yeah.
So that's like 38 cents American.
Tree fitty. That's all you're going to get.
Tree fitty.
And before anybody gets all bent out of shape for me ragging on the Canadians, I was born and raised in Cornwall, Ontario. So,
Oh my gosh, I'm
yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah.
That's where I went to college.
Oh,
Be right
so
back, guys.
were you there in the Domtar days?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so everything smells like rotten eggs.
Yep.
Yep.
So get this. You have a city, it's on a river, north
Yep.
side of a river, right?
Yep.
So when you're building stuff, you can build west, north, east.
Correct.
So you're building a giant pulp and paper plant.
Yep.
Which smells like ass.
Oh yeah. Bad.
Your prevailing winds are west to east.
Yep.
Where do you build the plant? Do you build it to the east and skunk everybody out in Montreal? No, you build it to the west and skunk everybody out in the town that you live in.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was born and raised on the reservation up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had a bunch of friends on the reservation when I was in college. I was there right when I don't know how much you're up on when you left and how up on things you were after you left, but
I was there for the siege.
okay.
I was home on leave. Yeah, the reservation came under siege. Google the siege at Oka, OKA.
Okay.
That's the reservation that was the Canadian reservation that was just south of Montreal when the Mohawks wired the Mercier Bridge with explosives. shot down a Canadian Army helicopter and oh yeah.
Well, when I went to college,
I do
cigarette
recall hearing
smuggling was a big thing because the government had just upped all the taxes and stuff.
Yep.
So the First Nations people were getting cheap cigarettes, and so they were smuggling them across and selling them.
They still are.
They still are. But anyway, it really kicked off the summer before I went to college. And so the week before I went to college, the big hockey arena that was right along the water had two of the big heavy-duty steel man doors facing the river blown clean off their hinges by a .50 caliber mounted to a powerboat.
Yep.
And then,
That's the same boat that shot down the helicopter.
and then you also had the motorcycle gangs involved.
Yep.
And so the pool hall that we used to play at was blown up twice. The second time happened about 2 hours after we left.
Yeah.
And like we'd go to sleep at night and we'd regularly hear gunfire.
Oh, it sounded like Beirut.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yep.
And we'd go drinking at the bars. And I remember one guy, he was from way up in northern Ontario. His dad was a truck driver. He was a truck driver. And this guy had come along and sort of befriended our group. And we got talking, and suddenly somebody said, "Well, Shannon, you're a truck driver, are you?" Blah, 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 as part of the conversation. And this guy who wasn't a student but was just hanging around, he disappeared, said, "I got to go." And so he goes, and 5 minutes later, he comes back, and he taps Shannon, the truck driver, on the shoulder. He says, "Can I talk to you for a sec?" So they go off for 5 minutes and come back, and Luke pisses off, and Shannon's just like stone faced. I'm like, "So, like, what happened, dude? What was all that about?" He just offered me $50,000 to drive a truck to Toronto. No questions asked. I'm totally on my own. He's like, "I really want the $50,000, but I really don't know if I should do it. Don't do that."
Yeah.
But it was insane. It was just unreal.
Yep. Yeah, it was a strange time.
And that's where I got all my learnings.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know, when you think about it, and people talk about, you know, how, oh, guns in the cities, and, you know, the inner city gangs have guns, and you got these kids that are, you know, turning Glocks sideways and they thinking they're king shit. You ain't nothing until you see a truckload full of Indians carrying AK-47, fully automatic AK-47s, BARs, M16s, M60s, and they're shooting the hell out of everything. You know, that's, you know, and of course, you know, the news on both sides, CBC and the networks on the state side didn't cover any of it. They covered the political aspects, but it was a black eye for everybody.
Yeah.
I remember when they said they were going to send the RCMP in to try to clean things up. And it's like, yeah, you're going to need the Canadian Army to do that.
They always get their man.
Yeah, well, they would have been grossly outgunned. I think they figured that out really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think half of my relatives have made their living running shit across the border into Canada.
Yeah, strange days.
Yep, some great hobby shops. Did you ever venture up into Ottawa and Montreal for the hobby shops up there?
Never Montreal. I did Ottawa. So there was Hobby House.
Yep.
On Montreal Road.
Yep.
I think there's another one too.
Yeah, there was one downtown. I want to say it was like under a, like you'd go to this address and the address was like a clothing store or something, but then there was a set of stairs into the basement, and you'd go down there, and this guy, and of course I started out as a hardcore 70-second scale guy, and you know, we used to call it raping the Canadian economy because the exchange rate was like 32%. So we'd change our money at the border, and then we'd go over and drop, you know, and then we'd come back across the border, and the border guard would say, "Do you have anything to declare?" "Oh, we bought some plastic model kits." "Oh, okay. Yeah." You know, and we're in the back. I'm in the back seat, you know, my dad, my uncle, and, you know, I'm in the back seat and I'm fondling through a frog kit of a B-17 or something like that. And unbeknownst to them, in the back of the 1978 Crown Vic, there's like $2,000 worth of model kits. We'd make our usual foray over to Hobby House Limité.
Yep.
We'd go to the RCAF Museum and the Canadian War Museum.
Yeah, I just went to IPMS Ottawa has a big contest up. Well, the War Museum's been totally overhauled. Amazing place to have it, similar to Heritage Con. Like, you're surrounded by tanks, and field guns and everything else at Capcom, and they put on a pretty good show too. Nowhere near as big as Heritage Con, but it's nice. It was amazing to be able to walk through the museum a little bit, and fantastic exhibits as you'd expect from a government-funded museum and whatnot. But like just having all that ordnance around you as you're looking at models, it's like, is that Leopard 1 accurate? Well, I don't know. Let's go over there and look at that one right there. Right?
Yeah, let's go look at the real one. Yeah. I haven't been back there, and oh God, I left for the Army in 1985, and I've been back a couple of times to for holidays and whatnot. But since my dad passed away, there's no reason for me to go back up there. There's I mean, all the family that I have left are distant cousins and whatnot. So they don't care if they ever see me again. Half of them probably won't even know me.
Well, if you ever get the chance to hit Ottawa, there actually is a really decent shop up there now called Hobby Central. And they actually just moved into a new space. He runs a pretty good ship.
Cool.
And like I said, like the War Museum's been completely rebuilt. I've never done more walking at a friggin' hot model show though.
Oh yeah.
Right, because like we were in a special hall where the ordnance was. Well, that was like 400 meters from the entrance, and then the vendor room was another 200 meters the other way, and the whole where we were, the whole thing is like giant slabs of poured concrete.
Yep.
So like cell phone reception was garbage. And unless you walked up the emergency exit stairs and stood right at the emergency exit door, you managed to get a bar or something like that. It's like, oh, well, what do you expect being in a bunker?
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, like it's really, I don't want to think about how much it costs in taxpayer dollars, but it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but you know what? Considering some of the stuff that the government's been spending money on, I'd say it's money well spent.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Without getting into politics, I think we can all agree that our governments waste money on a lot of unnecessary stuff. Pretty general statement.
Well, when you right at the beginning, you ragging on Canadians and talking about monetization, I was going to say, well, at least they could probably apply for some Canadian content funding since I'm part of this thing.
Yeah, well, now we got twice the chance. Well, 1.5 at least,
It's probably some bureaucrat in Canada. Oh yeah, for sure, Zay. We'll get you all the money you need.
Oh, wait a minute. You had
speaking French. Well, you get even more.
Oh yeah, there you go. You got a Habitat and a First Nations. That should be good for something. Oh God.
The only thing I pretty much remember in French is the opening monologue that the guy at the forum would say in Montreal to open the hockey games.
Yeah.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue chez le Forum de Montréal.
Yeah.
Le match ce soir contre le Canadien de Montréal et le Bruins de Boston. Of course, would win.
Yeah. I feel bad for the
hockey
Habs.
thing you talk about.
I feel bad for the Habs, man. It's like the birthplace of hockey, and you'd think that they. It just bums me out.
Oh, they'll come back around.
Well, so long as the Maple Leafs don't win the cup, that's really what we cling to now.
I mean, it was so bad the Quebec Nordique moved. I mean, come on.
Where I am, we actually our junior team actually many years ago used to be a feeder team for the Habs.
Yeah.
And then things changed and whatever, and now like being an hour and a half from Toronto, like everybody here is a Toronto fan.
Yeah.
Which means they're just a bunch of insufferable bastards. But
so are you near Kingston or Peterborough or?
I'm in Peterborough.
Peterborough?
Yeah. So yeah, everybody around here is a Maple Leafs fan, and it's just like, well, that's great. You can say all the shit you want about my team, but at least I've seen them win in color TV. So
yeah, exactly. Oh God.
All right.
Throwing a China box for me tonight. And I don't know, what was I drinking earlier? Modelo.
I was drinking some Yingling, some Pennsylvania piss water.
High quality H2O.
Same.
Yeah, same here.
I'm paging through my spare decals to try to find some Roundel. These are just not going to work for me.
And they got to be post-war too.
Yeah, so I think I've come across a couple. Have the lettering and the numbering that I need. I have some from an old Harrier sheet that might work for me.
You ready for paint here pretty soon?
No, you won't.
I'll be in paint before you.
Did that 3 hours ago, man.
What do you think, Phil? Another hour?
Yeah, right. That's another hour.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Be ready to paint in an hour.
It could be.
Bet say you don't finish anything, just like the last group build you put on.
Oh!
Oh! Wow!
Oh,
There's
shots
a
fired.
shot across the bow.
Wow! What a shot!
Hey, I don't think Tim finished a group build either, did he?
Yes, he did.
What group build was that?
Mid killer.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
I had 3D there, buddy.
I never finished group builds. The only group build I think I finished in the last 2 years was the Gundam one. And that's only because I kind of hosted it and had to.
Yeah,
Stop that.
Murray, I know.
I set a little thing on and glue the little tails on, and I was stringing the guys.
I'm going back to the original saying, though. The goal here is not to complete. We have reached our goal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of reaching goals, I think my next goal is Shut Eye.
Tim's first name.
Oh, I know, but do they still look as good?
Yeah, I think it's time for me to call it a night. I got a coat of paint on.
They're okay though still?
And I've cleaned up some seams, and now I think I'm ready to call it a night.
All right, buddy.
All right, man.
What time is this thing starting up tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Y'all tell me. 10 o'clock?
10? That sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake, shots fired.
We'll look at a 10 a.m. start for session 4. Go to 1 o'clock, then we'll shut down and we'll finish it up starting at about 5 o'clock and finish up to the 9 o'clock hour. How's that?
Sounds good.
Yeah. I may join you a little bit on the later side of that because I got the mother-in-law coming over tomorrow. Because if it's Sunday, mother-in-law is coming over for dinner.
Roger. I have I will be ready to paint tomorrow.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
He just needs another hour.
I actually will.
Mine's got paint on it, man,
Yours does.
all the way around. Tomorrow she's going to get, and I've cleaned up the seams because this was also my primer coat. So tomorrow she gets some color.
Very good.
Joshua going to town with that Gundam.
He is, man. Oh.
Yeah, Justin. Mother-in-law coming is all the more reason to model.
Well, I kind of cheated. I didn't join in on this event with my kit. This has been an ongoing project for a little bit.
Cheater.
I am a cheater.
So who was that lady that ran the Boston Marathon in record time? And she ducked into an alley, hopped into a cab, and then
yeah,
Rosie Ruiz.
Rosie, there you go.
Yeah.
Right. Good night.
Good night, Tim.
Good
Have a
night.
good one, Tim.
No, I did the Insanity and Triple P group builds with 2 different kits, and when I saw this came on, I'm like, I don't think I can do a third.
Yeah, those guys have been pinging me all night. I should probably go over there and see what they're doing.
Was Riven those guys doing that stuff?
I don't know if they're doing anything official or if it's just them gathering up and causing chaos.
Causing hate and discontent.
Yeah. They're good at it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, boys, it's time for dinner. I need to take off. Thank you for inviting me over tonight.
Yeah, it's been
Thanks for stopping in.
See you later. See you later, Rick.
See you, Rick.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. Rick, thanks a lot for stopping in. We'll be around. You got the hours tomorrow, so if you want to stop in, give a yell. We'll be hanging out. So be early in the morning for you, but
is it the same links?
no, it'll be new links. I'll put them out in the morning. Just hit
Okay,
me up.
just send me out links. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, no worries. You have a great night.
Appreciate it, guys.
Have a good one, Rick.
Enjoyed it.
See you, Rick.
See you,
Nice
Rick.
meeting you guys all.
Yep. We are at the 4.5 hour mark. Looks like I just saw JB's private message. I didn't know I was busy doing something else when he popped off.
He didn't even. I don't even think he mentioned it. I think he just dropped.
Yeah,
No,
just
he
dropped
put
out
it-
and pinged later.
He put it in the chat, in a private chat. I just didn't see it. I am trying desperately to get the assembly done on this. So tomorrow I have to do as a canopy and get ready to paint.
I just did the canopy on this thing, and it was
ModelGeeks.
it was fun. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I think I'm good for tonight too. So appreciate the link.
Yeah, no worries,
And-
Josh. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, it was fun.
Connect with me, Josh, and we'll talk about Gundams in Madison.
Yeah.
Yeah, drop me a Facebook request and we'll connect.
Yeah, I'll send D-Ran a message. He said he's gonna get me hooked up to you.
Yeah, we'll get you all squared away.
Cool. With that, good night, everybody. Best of luck.
Have a good one.
All right,
Yeah,
Thanks,
you
Josh.
too. Thanks again.
Cheers.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I got a phone call from City of Madison yesterday, and they said we were speaking to the folks at Monona Terrace, and we have to talk to you. And of course, when somebody says something like that, the first thing that goes through your head is, oh, something bad's about to happen. And but it turns out that every Thursday night during the summer, the City of Madison brings in a high-profile band to play on the rooftop of the Monona Hilton. So it looks like IPMS National attendees are going to have a full-blown concert on the rooftop on Thursday night.
Well,
From
how do you
who?
like them apples?
Well, we don't know for sure yet. I spoke to the lady and said, have you booked the band? And she says, no. And I said, good. No Zydeco, no bluegrass, no folk music, classic rock or, blues, something like that. And she said, well, what about country? And I said, well, I guess if that's my only option. And she said, well, last year there's a band called Madison County, which are supposed to be like a national touring Emmy award winning. I don't know. I don't follow country music. I listen to Megadeth and Iron Maiden. Anyway, she said that they played the same weekend last year that we're having the convention. So there's a good possibility she might be able to get somebody like that. So I was like, okay.
All right.
So it'll be a free concert.
Down.
So, we go to the bar and get liquored up and then, go up on the rooftop and watch a concert.
Do some boot scooting.
There you go.
I don't know. Sounds like you guys are setting a pretty high bar.
I hope so. I've got and some people will say it's a talking point, when you see sports teams and whatnot. Oh, the team played really well. It's all about the team. Yeah, dude, you threw for 400 yards passing, but you're giving it to the team. But in this particular instance, I've got an absolutely phenomenal team of people working to help put this together. And, we all had, for the first 6 months that we were doing it, we all had input as to what we wanted to do and how we wanted to do it. And then after we settled on that, everyone was kind of sent off to their own specific jobs. And so far, everyone's stayed in their lane and is doing really good work.
Well, that's all you can ask. Did I see at one point that like the local area or area tourism agencies playing a significant role in whatever, helping or promoting or
whatever? Well, they're actually managing our entire hotel structure process, and justifiably so. I mean, that's how they get paid. The hotels all pay their salaries in exchange for them marketing and
right
and promoting, working with the convention centers and whatnot. So we've been very fortunate in that regard. I call up my point lady and I tell her, this is what we want to do. She either tells me it's a good idea or it's not a good idea, and then it happens.
Well, that's awesome.
It's really been great because, I mean, we've had to sign all of we've had to sign all the contracts and do all the contracts and everything. But she basically was the one that initiated everything and got it all done. So it's taken an enormous workload off of us. And it makes sense because, she does conventions for the entire city of Madison, and the convention center is owned by the city of Madison. So, she knows all these people.
Right.
It's people that she's already she's already working with them, and they're all on a first name basis, and we're just another client coming in. It takes a tremendous stress off of us, and that gives us time to focus on the show itself and making it even bigger and better. I mean, we've already got 40 something seminars on the roster.
Wow.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to punch out. I'm being called upstairs, so I'm gonna go ahead and run it. Y'all stick around and melt plastic as long as you like. I'll certainly be up in the morning to light this thing off at the 10 o'clock hour. Kris, feel free to join us. I'll send out the link if you can make it. If you can't, you can't. But be glad to have you back. So I appreciate you being around tonight. Jeff, you as well.
My pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I mean, otherwise I'd just be sitting here talking to myself. So,
It's only when you start answering yourself that it becomes a concern.
Well, the best part about that is that I'm usually right. So.
Yep, I wanted to tell all the viewers that are out there that's been watching, we've had a lot of interaction back and forth through the comments. Let me go back over here to the website and see what YouTube's been looking like tonight. While we're here. Before I bail out here live. Looks like it's been, I can't really tell, I think, until we get it all shut down. But it's been good. So we'll throw some numbers together a little bit later on and take a look at it. But until then, you guys have a great night, and I will see you all. I'll see you all on here tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good night, Darren.
Have a good night, Darren.
Yep. Frill, Whitey, just when y'all are done, just hit the end stream up top there in the top right. It'll shut it off. So.
Yeah. Shut off the lights and lock the doors on your way.
That's right. That's right. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you.
You too, buddy.
Later, dude. So are any of you guys watching that Monarch show on Apple TV?
Nope.
I'm not. I've heard of it though.
I've heard it's good, but I haven't seen it.
It is good. I guess the new episodes drop every Friday. And so I haven't watched yesterday's yet. But from what I'm hearing, like from what I've seen so far, it's really good.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of catching up. I'm in the middle of catching Game of Thrones. I'm a little behind the times.
Yeah, that one's always good to go back and forth and get caught up again, because soon, I think, spring, summer, the second season of House of Dragon comes out.
Yeah.
I've been binge purging Letterkenny and Shoresy.
The hell's that?
Letterkenny?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's Canadian South Park.
I was gonna say there's some Canadian thing.
Yay.
It's Canadian South Park. If you're a hockey fan, Shoresy is a must-watch. It's hilarious.
What are those streaming on?
Crave and Hulu. And if you can't get them, message me and I'll hook you up with my Plex account.
Cool. I will remember that. Thank you.
Because I have them on my server. So.
Yeah, I've got Crave. I don't have Hulu though. But I think Game of Thrones is going to take me a while. So.
Oh yeah. You got to watch it 3 times just to figure out who's killing who.
Yeah.
I watched it as far as people are going to yell and scream at me. The blonde kid who became king, the teenager, the brat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. Joffrey, there you go. Yeah, I watched it until he got killed, and I was like, "That's good enough for me." Little bastard. Yep. Anybody deserves to get. Yeah.
I have resolution.
Yeah.
When he was nailing Arya Stark, or is it Arya or Sansa Stark?
Yeah.
He was nailing her from the rear.
Yeah. In the rear with the gear. Yeah, I just, yeah.
Yeah, Joffrey got fucked up, man.
That was a good death.
Reminds me of that bitter beer face commercial from the freaking early 90s or whatever it was.
Yep.
He's got bitter beer face.
The other son jumping out the window was kind of hilarious too, though.
Yeah.
Sauntered up there and just was like, all right, I'm out.
See you later, everybody.
I'm out.
That's pretty much what he did. I'll be here all night. Be sure to tip your waitresses.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But yeah, man, you just don't know who to like in that show, man. Don't get attached to any character.
No, because they usually end up dying. Unless you're Peter Dinklage. He's got it in his contract that he can't die. Because he's
always like drinking wine and getting ass.
Yep. Well, it's in his contract. He's not allowed to die, and he's not allowed to get aboard on an elevator in Chattanooga.
Yeah, I think I'm early season 3, maybe towards the end of season 2.
Okay, yeah. So you haven't gotten to really any of the good stuff yet.
No, not yet. But I already can't help but feel like it's like just a violent soap opera where eventually everybody's going to fuck everybody, and eventually everybody's going to kill everybody.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Yep.
And
brother humps sister, sister humps brother.
Yeah.
Nudity, violence, death, occasionally a dragon here or there. Yeah, that's about it.
I really liked House of Dragon.
I can't even remember if I watched it. Too many blows to the head. Probably did.
Probably.
Torsos. We have torsos. 2, 6, 8, 10, 12. 14 and counting. Oh, God.
3D print them.
Yeah, I know.
What's worse is like with everyone you finish, it's one farther away from you actually accepting that reality. Because then you're like, well, now I'm just that much closer. Might as well finish.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Not. I'll actually have to take a printer offline. I've been printing tracks for 5 days straight now.
Oh yeah. I took your tracks out that you sent me for that Panther.
Uh-huh.
These are pretty nice, dude.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to get going on a. Well, here I'll ask you dudes. You guys are armor nuts. So, Tamiya 48 scale T34, whatever. And I tried my hand at doing a whitewash.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not really sure if I like it or not.
Okay.
I used the Ammo whitewash.
Okay.
I put on my airbrush and ran it through, and I'm not exactly sure if I like the way it came out.
It's like for me personally, I'll never do a whitewash because I don't know that I could ever get it to come out the way that I want it to look.
because there's that one panther, the panther that I want to do who's got like so the pans are gray and it's got the whitewash over it.
Ooh, you can't put Panzer Gray over a Panther, dude.
Well, hold on. Let me go make sure I'm talking about the right one.
Why can't you just for my own knowledge?
You may be able to with the prototypes, but it's
it's a Tiger 1.
Oh yeah, Tiger 1. You can. Well, it depends on which version of the Tiger 1.
That one.
That one. Yes, you can probably do that in Panzer Gray. Some of the real early ones.
That's what it says to paint it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to do that and have the whitewash, like coming off.
Yep.
Yeah, I just don't know if I like the way I did the one on that. That's why I did that one on this one. Was just to like try it out.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
All that matters is that you like the way that it looks. And the beauty of whitewash is that if you don't like it, add more. If you don't like that, strip it back down. Take it back down to the green.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Well, I sent you. Did I send you my references for the Panther?
Sure did. So I got that Panther I want to do as well.
Okay.
And I bought that kit, the Dragon kit, the Panther G.
Yep.
And there's no fucking instructions. Or excuse me, I said cuss.
Oh, we're R-rated now.
There were no instructions in it, and I was like,
okay.
crap.
Did you get instructions for it?
No.
Okay, I got you covered.
Oh, thanks, dude. Because I think we bought from
Scalemates.
Yeah, I was going to say Scalemates probably have them.
Yep.
What's that?
Yeah, Scalemates will have it. But I mean, if you want the originals, I can send you the originals. No big deal.
All right.
Because I've got the same exact kit. So
I think we got it from the same guy. He had two of them.
I think so.
And I got one, you got one, and yeah, the one I got does not have instructions.
Wait a minute, then let me check mine if we got it from the same guy.
Jeff's sitting on two over there.
Yeah, I could very well be. Hang on. That was the Panther G late, right?
Yeah, the Dragon Panther G. That'd be the one.
Okay, stand by. This guy?
That's the one.
Well, there's only one set of instructions. Do you want me to just scan them and send them to you?
Yeah, if you could. That'd be cool.
You got it.
Because it's like, the number of tracks per side. I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't know. And the bags, the separate bag is all one bag with all the tracks in it.
Well, you're not even going to use those tracks because you're using my tracks.
Correct.
So basically what you do is, language.
Nobody said a cuss word.
Somebody said language.
Yeah, well, Whitey did.
You did.
Huh?
Yeah. The Frildo's dropping F-bombs.
What did I say?
No, it's Frildo.
Oh.
What did I
say?
say?
Does not regulate Facebook. So.
What did I say?
Or the internet.
No, so anyway, if you're going to use my tracks, divide the links up into two equal counts.
Yeah.
And assemble them. And then wrap them around as you're starting to, have just a few links left, because I do provide extra links in the package.
Yeah.
And then you get them to the point where they got that. Panthers have like this really nice slope. Yeah. They let gravity do their thing. So, when you get them to that point, that's your count. I want to say it's like 86 links per side or something like that.
Okay.
But you get 200 in the box. So in case you break stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I've always liked that tank. So
it's a pretty tank. Yeah, Jake made a point. Frill, you gotta watch Shorzy and Letterkenny.
Oh, okay.
I think it would suit your humor level.
I used to isn't South Park's like the second longest running cartoon, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Simpsons is first, and then
Yeah, I mean Letterkenny is not, it's not animated,
right,
but it's basically it follows that same format as South Park. It's all kind of outrageous, kind of guess what would you want to call it? Not really fringe comedy, but it's got a lower common denominator than say All in the Family. My daughter actually turned me on to this series, and she calls me up one night and she says, "Hey, when you were growing up," she said, "who did you consider the D-gens from up north?" I said, "Where in the hell did you hear that?" And she says, "I'm watching this new show, and it's set in Canada, and it's actually filmed in Peterborough." So it was kind of funny because so my daughter says, "Yeah, so you never answered my question. Who do you consider D-gens from up north?" I said, "Anyone from Laval." And she started to laugh. I think they did. This is the 7th season, I think, and it's.
Oh, really?
They're wrapping it up. They're wrapping up the 7th season. That's going to be the end of it. But then they spun off the series with one of the hockey players, because obviously it's a Canadian comedy, so it's got to have hockey, and that became Shoresy, and I think Shoresy's in the second or third season now. I mean, you might not like it, it's probably a lot more funny if you're native or Canadian, but yeah, Jake, that was hilarious, man. He's trying to cover for his buddy who's in the room going at it with another woman, and the parrot is ratting him out. He's trying to shut the parrot up.
We're having chicken tonight, or bird tonight.
Actually, Kris, if you come down for the Nationals, I might have to have you pick me up a case of Puppers.
Case of which?
Puppers. It's a Canadian beer. It's not available in the States.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I think you can bring 2 cases across without paying any duty.
Without alerting the authorities?
No, you declare it. You don't mess around with that crap anymore. Freaking border guards can make your life a living hell now.
Yeah,
they always could, but now they're a lot more strict.
Where's it brewed? I know I've had it once.
I think it's brewed right in Peterborough.
I don't think it's Peterborough.
I'll take a look. I'll find out.
Yeah, I know I've come across it in the liquor store up here. Had it once or twice.
I mean, I don't know if it's any good. It's probably horrible, but
I seem to recall it's okay.
yeah, all the good Canadian beers.
We don't have a lot of horrible beers.
Yeah, but all the good Canadian beers that I used to enjoy are all gone.
You're talking about they still make Labatt's.
I was going to say Labatt.
Brador.
That's garbage.
Brador was my favorite.
Sorry, who?
Brador.
Oh, Brador, yeah.
Brador.
I don't know her.
Yeah,
You
you
might still
would.
get that in Quebec.
Can you?
We don't see it here.
Huh.
Or at least not commonly.
Yeah.
What the hell was it called? There's another one that I would see from Quebec. I just always call it La Trou. Forget what the rest of the name was though, but it was always.
Oh yeah.
Had a tractor on the label.
Yep. Oh whoa! Now that's going to drive me nuts.
La Trou, though, what? Tabernac, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll figure La Trou del Diable. No, that's not it.
No.
Anyway, it was good. A lot of the beers that we get in the liquor, like most of our craft beers, you get from the liquor store, LCBO. But like you could see one, and it would be in, and there'd be a couple cases of it, and then you never see it again.
Right.
So you're like, oh, that was awesome. We'll go down and get some more. Gone.
Gone. Yeah. I mean, you still have, I would imagine you still have all the usual suspects. Molson Golden, 50.
Oh, yeah. We still have all the garbage beer.
Yeah.
Still got the garbage.
That's the stuff that the old men and the young kids drink.
Yep. The old men drink it because that's what they drank when they were young kids, and the young kids drink it because that's all they can afford.
Well, yeah. And it's cheap as chips, relatively speaking.
Yep.
But it tastes like it's been through a couple people already.
Yeah.
I remember years ago when the alcohol, because like the beers always used to be 4 and 5%.
Yep.
And then Labatt came out with the maximum ice.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my gosh, like 6%. Now I look at it, like I really enjoy Belgian beers.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the alcohol level of the beers that I drink now. It's like, oh, you get a quad or something. It's like, oh, about 13, 14%.
Yeah.
It's like, suck on that, Labatt.
Yeah, we got a beer up here. It's brewed in Pennsylvania, so we get here in Maryland. And it's called Torregs is the name of the brewery.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Mad Elf. And I was at the Exchange one day, and I saw it and was like, oh, this sounds good. We were going camping. So I grabbed a sixer of it. And that Saturday at the campground, I go to crack one sitting by the fire. I drink one. I'm like, man, this is all right. I go get another one, and like I'm not even halfway through it, and I'm already slurring my words.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the heck?
Le Trou Diable Tract de Saison.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Thanks, Chris.
And that crap's like freaking 12% or some crap like that. Each one.
Yeah.
Making a believer out of you.
We have one of the bars we have in town is actually like a Belgian themed bar. So they have a whole ton of beers like that on tap or in bottles or whatever. And
1940s night must be a hoot.
hey,
I'm sorry, that was wrong.
anyway, I my partner was doing something downtown, so I said I dropped her off, and I said, okay, I'll come pick you up in a while. So I'll just go over to the bar and have a couple beers. So I sat down and was drinking one, and didn't pay attention to what the alcohol content was on it when I ordered it.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, that's really good. I'll have another one. I got to the third one. I'm like, oh, okay, it's time for me to go. And I'm like, went to stand up. It's like, oh,
yeah.
Where's the button to slow the bar down?
Yeah.
It's like I don't even think I finished the third one. It's like I should probably get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still standing.
Can't believe you went to college in Cornwall.
Well, I was supposed to go to Kingston. So the college, St. Lawrence, had 3 campuses: Kingston, Cornwall, and Brockville. So when I applied, I was sent to Kingston, and then changed to Cornwall, and then it changed to Kingston. Then a week before I was supposed to go, it changed again to Cornwall, and that was a pretty miserable experience.
God, is there even anything left in Cornwall?
No idea.
I know Domtar's gone, and I think the 3 plants that are, well, I know the GM plant is gone. That was on the American side. I don't know if the 2 aluminum plants are still there or not.
Yeah, it may not be much more now than a stain along the side of the highway.
It's too bad. It was a fun town at one point. I saw the Snowbirds perform there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, we're going back to the late 70s, and they actually did the diamond formation under the Cornwall Bridge.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Put that on the list of stuff you'll never see them do again.
Yeah, right. They were flying. What were they flying? Those
Tudors.
Yeah.
PT114s.
Yep.
Same thing they're flying now.
Yep. When they're not falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
Not to get political or anything.
Yeah, well. Hit the nail on the head.
I'm hoping that Connecticut's gonna be pretty nice with the tutor they got coming out.
I'm really hoping that we see that at HeritageCon. It was actually supposed to be out in November of this year.
Yep.
And I got pushed back, so I'm really hoping that it'll be ready and on sale at HeritageCon. I'm almost kind of hoping that they pushed it back so that it lined up with HeritageCon.
That would have been the smart thing for them to do.
Oh, you could go there with a truckload of them and they'd be gone.
Oh, easily, yeah. Well, the nice thing is you could buy one and then you could turn right around and take photos of the tutor that's sitting right there.
Yeah. There used to be was it a T-33? I think there was a T-33 that was on a pedestal underneath the Cornwall Bridge. There's a little park there on the shore.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I know I rollerbladed past it once. Don't think at that point I was paying much attention to what it was.
I think it's a T-33. I'll have to get on Google Earth and see if it's still there.
Yeah.
It's amazing the stuff that you think about and you remember but you haven't thought about it for 35 years.
Yeah, we have an F-86 on a pedestal here in Peterborough.
Is it Canadian built Saber or is it one of the American?
As far as I know, it's Canadian built.
That would have been what, a Saber 5?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good sight. Empty sprues.
Ooh.
Be ready for paint in an hour, huh?
You ready for paint here? I've already started.
I'm just busting your chops, man.
Look,
there you go. Okay, I take it back.
Well, you haven't.
Yeah, I know, but it makes him feel better. Just let it ride.
No, I mean he hasn't started painting.
Oh,
shit.
Remember in Chattanooga, Jeff going to the pickle barrel?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I think there was a certain there were some certain barbs being thrown about Navy out drinking Army.
Yeah, 50% of the Navy that was there was
in sad shape. That was a fun night, man.
Those 250 PBRs, man. Woo.
Oh yeah. That was a fun night. A lot of banter being thrown back and forth that night. And that stupid metal spiral staircase, you damn near kill yourself on it when you're sober.
Yeah, that was not cool.
At least it wasn't far from the hotel, so it was just a quick.
Yep.
I got the sticker on one of my toolboxes here somewhere.
You got my sticker?
No, the pickle barrel.
Oh.
Yeah, right there. I'm like, look, the pickle barrel. It's over there.
That may have been the same night that I had the elevator incident.
That was not that I first met you.
Yeah. The hotel bar. Yep. Yeah, that was a good time, man. I was hanging out with some of the New Jersey guys. And the next thing you know, we're all sitting at the bar just talking, and it's like, Navy, yep. Army, yep. Damn, that's a lot of figures.
Have you even started the landing craft yet?
Nah, here we go. See?
Damn. Yeah, man.
That's just tonight. Since we've been on. So, and the next step is going to be figuring out arms and what they're carrying, and I got to do better with this camera too. All right, do I call it a night, or do I?
I'm getting close.
Yeah, I'm about to go down and paint, so I'll be signing off shortly.
Yeah, I think I'll call it a night. 3, 6, 9.
5 hours and 11 minutes.
12, 15, 18, 21, 25. 25 figures.
All right.
And no, I haven't started the landing craft yet, but we're
Okay.
It's not a hard model. I mean, the landing craft itself, I think there's probably less than 100 pieces. There wasn't much to them to begin with.
Yeah. And I'm glad Netflix has Band of Brothers in the Pacific. You don't have to fucking or have to pay.
Language.
I caught myself.
There you go,
dude. You're lucky Darren's not here. You know, Darren goes to bed. Phil goes off.
Yeah, it goes off the deep end.
As soon as the chief leaves, there he goes.
The restrictor plate comes off.
Yeah. God, I'm going to have to print some 3D heads. I don't know that I got enough in the stash. Yeah. Most of them.
Doing the 3D head. Do you have like files already, or?
No, I have a. Well, it's trade secret.
Oh, okay.
I have I was involved for years in the video game industry.
Oh yeah.
As a designer, and I did script work for Microsoft and Ultimation and Ubisoft. And I have a 3D software that creates and manipulates the human face and the human head.
Okay.
So I go in and actually use their software. Then I take a snapshot of that animation, export it as an STL file, and then print it. So if I had enough time, I could do a 3D printed head of you guys.
Yeah.
You know, and it's got full. It's kind of like it's got full. It's an amazing piece of software. So I can do everything. I can adjust the height of the cheekbones, the width of the nose, you know, eye sockets, how close or how far, how broad your forehead is, your ears, you know. So every figure that you do or every head that you do is a different person. You know, they're all unique. Because I'm looking at the faces that are on these and they're all the same.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I am not liking the fact that there's no helmet nets on any of these helmets. So
Yeah.
probably do them in 3D with the helmet right on the head and just print them, drill a hole, stick them in, and be done.
So I saw a guy who did these 48 scale paratroopers, and he had the helmet nets, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, dude, how? What do you got going on here? And he's like, man, old pair of pantyhose.
Yep.
I was like, oh,
yep.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Coat the helmet with super glue.
Yeah.
And then just pull the pantyhose down over the helmet, or pull the pantyhose down over the helmet and then put a coat of super glue on it.
Yeah, man.
Snip it, cut it, and sand it. You're good to go.
Man, I gotta do that, man.
Yep. I use surgical gauze. Does the same thing.
In 35 scale though, or
yeah.
See, I'm going 48 scale, so I gotta get something fine.
You need a tighter weave.
Yeah.
Yeah, nylons would be the way to go. Unless we can get them printed.
There you go. That would be cool too.
I will do some offline research and I will report back to you in the morning.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I will take my leave.
Roger that, sir.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
It's nice to just kind of hang out and talk and build at the same time.
Yeah, man.
Amen.
Good therapy.
All right, take care, Jeff. I'm gonna pull the chute too, guys. I'm gonna
All right.
go downstairs and throw some paint. So see y'all in the morning.
All righty. Cheers, guys.
See ya.
I'm gonna shut this down, dude.
All right. Say goodnight to the folks on the web.
Yeah. Not everybody. Rick, hey, thanks for coming.
Thanks for being on board,
Yeah,
Kris,
spend some time with us. Kris,
Jake. We'll see
Yeah.
you guys. Hopefully, y'all can jump on tomorrow when we kick it off.
yeah, I think Darren said 10 a.m., right?
Yeah. That's the plan. All right, I'm out.
All right, dude, same here.
See ya.
Later. Preds lost too.
Oh, man. All right.
Later.
Night.